All right. So if y'all could hit it with a test right there, if y'all could test it.
Testing 1, 2.
Test it again, test it again.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Turn you up. All right, Coach, go.
Testing 1, 2.
That's good. All right.
Testing 1, 2.
All right. Okay, that sounds good. All right, we'll go ahead and get it started. All right, folks, here we are at the Iron Horse Grill in Jackson, Mississippi for the Picked It Clean podcast media days for the Capital Region. Kind of central Mississippi area, but we're right here with the Vicksburg Gators with head coach Chris Lacey of the Gators, as well as middle linebacker Wallace Curry. But, Coach, I'm going to start off with you. So you're going into a season in a very competitive region there in 5A. Coach, before we get started, I want you to give your background of your time as coach at Vicksburg.
I started off at Vicksburg Junior High, coaching defense coordinator. I was doing part-time DBs at the high school also. Got elevated up when Coach Todd McDaniel became the head coach. He named me defense coordinator. Did that for 3 years. After that, I ended up taking a job at Forest High School for 3 weeks. Vicksburg called back, came open. I came back home, been the head coach going into my 4th year. Had a 7-4 season my first year, 0-10 season my second year, and then last year we was 5-6. Made the playoffs 2 times since I've been there, and we just building it. Guys like Wallace were in the 9th grade my first year being the head coach, so now it's his senior year, and we kind of got it smelling like we wanted to smell in the field house with like what I run it. So it's been a great time at Vicksburg. I love Vicksburg. I'm from Vicksburg, so it's fun being at home.
Oh, that's great. And, Coach, like we talked about this on the phone just a couple of weeks ago, how you feel like you got the program where you wanted in terms of kind of your influence on it, being your 4th season as head coach. Talk about hitting the highs, hitting the lows, because you start off with a very good team. I mean, you went 7-4, but that was in 6A that year. You guys end up dropping down. You know, you had a year where, you had some injuries and you had a bunch of stuff go on that second year. Last year, very competitive region. We're actually going to talk with some of the other region foes that you have here today. Talk about that going into the season. What those ups and those downs, has that helped you get this team in the right place?
Well, a coach told me a long time ago, nobody teaches you how to be a head coach. You just have to go through it. And then, Nick Saban had a rough season when he first got to Alabama. And most people do when you're trying to build a program and get it the way you want to get it. But it just have to be consistent in what you're doing. Like I say, Vicksburg is full of talent. The ups and the downs, they just come with it. Nothing's going to be perfect. But we always preaching adversity to the players and how to overcome it. And as a coach, you got to show that more than anything and be a model of it. So it's just part of the road, part of the journey. So we just going to keep going and keep putting it together. We got good players like Wallace and Jalen and the guys I brought with me. So I trust them. They trust me. And we just going to make it do what it do.
And we're going to talk with the other 2 guys you got here. We just have to go a little bit at a time as far as microphones are concerned, so we're going to talk to them as well. But looking at this season, obviously League Central gets thrown in y'all's region, if I'm not mistaken, just because of their consolidation and everything like that. But you got a region super competitive, as we talked about earlier. Last year you guys made the playoffs last year. You had West Point in the first round, which is a tough first-round matchup. But you're in there with Florence. You got Cleveland Central. You got Holmes County Central, who we'll talk to later today. Lanier, who we'll talk to later today. You're talking about teams a bunch of close games that you guys had. Kind of talk about that from last year and how you guys are preparing for possible close games again this year.
Well, one, you can't take a Friday off. It make practice, every minute of practice is worth practicing, because you're playing against all these teams and everybody got talents. And even the coaches, like, it's so many good coaches in our district that you know what you're gonna get when Friday comes. So it's fun. That's what you want. You don't want to play against teams that you can just walk over or whatever. You want to be competitive. So because that gets you ready for the playoffs and gets you ready for who you're playing against. So we welcome that. It's fun every Friday to go into these different because no team is alike in our district either. Like everybody
Right.
has their own thing of how they are. So it's cool to just go in and just prepare, and it makes every Friday fun. It makes it your job worth it when you have to go in and play against all these talented people.
Right, and so first game of the season, August 28th, you guys take on Natchez at home. So that's how you get started. Natchez, that's been an interesting game over the years. I mean, I remember, was it a couple years ago that you guys went into like double overtime or
Yeah,
something like
we
that?
we actually almost did it like twice with Natchez. Like it almost has become like a small rivalry between us. We've played each other, I think, the past 4 years. The first game of the year. So we've been since I've been in Vicksburg, we played them the first game of the year, or we
Right.
played them at some point. So it's been fun to play against them. They have a really good coach. They fast, they athletic. So it's always fun to go play them.
100%. And Coach, last question I have for you is that what are some goals that you're setting for this team? Because I know you have goals that are internal goals that you might not share with the outside, but what are some goals that you can share that are for your team that you can share with us today?
Well, I want our players and our stakeholders and our fans and everybody. I want us to just focus on us. Like I
Right.
want the focus this season to be on us. I don't want it to be on any other team that we play. I don't want it to be on any other person. I want everything we do to be on us. Are we cheering the loudest? Are our players practicing the hardest? The mistakes we make and the adversity that we have, how are we attacking those things with us? And I feel like if we do that, we got talent. Talent is never gonna be a problem at Vicksburg High. We're gonna have that. The thing is, can we focus on the things that make us be good at what we do and not put blame on anything else? Referees, the rain, the sun, none of that. Just
Right.
focus on who we are as a ball club, and that should take us where we need to be.
And Wallace, I want to bring you in on this conversation. So being middle linebacker and being a senior middle linebacker, that's a big leadership role on the defense. So
Yeah.
so speak to that because you're going into a season where you guys are a very competitive team playing in a very competitive region where games can go either way. Talk about your role on the squad.
Well, first I want to applaud my coach on that because he's a great leader. He puts forth the effort, and you really can see how it is. So I just kind of piggyback off him. And I mean, when I first got to high school, I had great leaders in front of me like DeMarcus Johnson. My brother, he played the year before. He was a great linebacker, Wally Curry. So it's like it was always kind of in me to know how to lead. So going into this season, we definitely had to find out the leaders who was gonna be leaders and who was gonna lead the offense and who was gonna lead the defense and who is gonna be the guy that is always gonna be the one that bring the energy, who always gonna be the person that you can lean on and count on. So the team kind of favorite towards me, so I just keep putting forward there. I can't have a bad day. I had a bad day probably like a week ago. Lacey had kind of got on me, so I just have to remember that I'm the leader and everybody looks off me and feeds off my energy, so I can't have a bad day. So it is how we is down here at Vicksburg.
So expand on that a little bit, Wallace. Talking about Coach Lacey's leadership, keeping you guys accountable, especially on the defensive side of the ball. How does the defense look, and talk about Coach Lacey's role in leading that?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a standard. He has a standard for us. We on first down is 3 yards or less. If we don't get that, then we lost first down. Simple how it is, and it's just a mentality thing. He know that we are a great defense, and he speak that every time we say that we want to win state and all that. We have to practice like it. We have to act like it. We have to carry ourselves like it. And so if we don't, he always reminds us about that. If y'all gonna say that, y'all gotta do it. Y'all can't just claim something that you don't believe in and you're not putting forth the effort to have. So he definitely keeps us right on track, and we love him for that.
Absolutely, and thank you, Coach, for joining us here for the media days. Thank you, Wallace, for joining us.
Yeah.
We got a couple more of your teammates, Wallace, a couple more of your players, Coach Lacey, to join with us. But definitely appreciate you guys joining with us here at the Iron Horse Grill.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So, folks, I want to remind you we are here at the Iron Horse Grill in Jackson, Mississippi. We appreciate them for hosting us on these media days. Of course, the Picked It Clean podcast media days. And so we got a couple more fellas from the Vicksburg Gators football team joining with us now. We got Jordan Clay, who's right to my right, the quarterback for the team. And then we got defensive end number 7, Jalen Smith. And Coach told me that they call you too tall, man. You're tall, man. I saw you walk in. I was like, oh, man, all right. All right. So, look, Jalen, I want to start with you first, and then we'll get with the quarterback, Jordan. So Jalen, I was just talking to Wallace about this defense. And so how do you feel like this defense is going to be this upcoming year? We kind of gone over this. You guys are in a very tough region where a good team's not going to make the playoffs. And now with Leak Central in there, a couple good teams aren't going to make the playoffs. So that means you're competing week in and week out. Talk about this defense. How's it looking so far?
Well, since we still got like 8 guys coming back from last year, I still think we're going to be a very good defense. I think we're going to be like one of the top 2, but well, in my eyes, number 1 defense in our region. So, like, I don't think defensively it should really be a problem for us.
Absolutely. So, second question for you. So, being a defensive end, and I'm sure you're a guy that's trying to get to that quarterback, of course, on the edge. Talk about that mentality, because you got to have that dog mentality when you do it.
Yeah, for sure, you got to have that dog mentality. You can't go up in there like scared, and then you just got to go up there, play hard, shooting your hands, drive your feet, extending your arms and stuff like that. You can't just run up there like with your arms down, head down, just thinking you just gonna run up there, crash, do some stuff. You just gotta go out there with a mentality that you wanna win every rep, and just go 100% every play. Because you take one play off, you get drove down the field, pancake you on somebody's highlight film. So yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. So turning my attention here to you, Jordan. Jordan Clay, quarterback for the Vicksburg Gators. So Jordan, you're the quarterback, big leadership role on the team. Heading up the offense. Kind of talk about this preseason. What are you seeing out of this offense, and what are you most looking forward to showing off what you guys can do?
This season, I'm looking forward to showing off my ability to throw the ball, my ability to run with the ball, and I'm really ready to show my ability with my receivers on how good my receivers is, how good my running back is, and the line. Like, we all just coming together as one, and we all come together as one. We only just worry about us and what we can do. We're not worried about nobody on the other side of the ball or nobody else, just us.
Yeah, and so that is a very that's a good thing to be focused on. Focus on yourself, because you guys are going to play a lot of tough teams, because your region is tough, but then also non-region. You guys play Ridgeland, you guys play Natchez, you guys play Warren Central. Teams like that. Those are going to be some tough teams there to play. So when you talk about focused on yourself, what do you mean by that? Are you meaning like making sure you guys keep this stuff tight?
Yes, sir. Just making sure that we stay on track, that the stuff that the coaches are teaching us, that we keep that first. We don't do our own stuff. We do what the coaches teach us, and we're not worried about the outsiders. We just worry about what's going on in our field house, in our locker room, and with our coaches. That's it.
Absolutely. Jordan Clay and Jalen Smith, we appreciate y'all joining us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Those are the Vicksburg Gators last year. They finished 5-6 in 2025, made the playoffs in a tough region, took on West Point in the first round. They're looking to do some great things this year in 5A. Hey, we appreciate it, y'all. Absolutely. And so, folks, we continue on, and we'll get with the Florence Eagles next, right here, Picked It Clean Podcast Media Days. So I want to remind you of our sponsors. We got Austin Graham with Mississippi Farm Bureau Insurance. Austin Graham is a homegrown Mississippi guy who, like us, has a passion for Mississippi sports. He's active in the Mississippi sports community and understands the people and families that make his state special. Whether you're looking for coverage for your home, auto, life, farm, or the things that matter most to your family, Austin Graham with Farm Bureau Insurance is here to help you find the right coverage. Call 601-892-5111. 601-892-5111 today. Just stick it on there and put it on your ear. So we are. So we're going to be talking with a couple guys here from the Florence Eagles, and then we'll be talking with the coach as well right here on the Media Days. Appreciate all of you joining us here today. Be sure to hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button to the TSJW Network YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button right now. We're here at the Iron Horse Grill. We appreciate Iron Horse Grill for hosting us here today. So I'm here with Caden Boyd, running back for the Florence Eagles. He is to my immediate right, and then we got Cade Sills, offensive lineman for this team as well, number 77 on the far side. So you look, y'all, both of you guys are on the offense for this Florence team. We were just talking to Vicksburg, their fellow region opponent, and I was talking with them about this too. You guys' region's extremely competitive. Okay, so it's not, this is, you don't really have any games that are like easy wins. You know what I mean? Last year, 5 of the 6 teams all could have made the playoffs. Any of y'all probably could have gotten the 1 or 2 seed, actually. You guys found yourself on the outside looking in when playoff time came, which is a tough spot to be in, especially when you have games that are so close over the course of the season. That season right there, let me start with you, Cade. That season right there, did that build some hunger within this team?
A lot of those games, I feel like we should have. I mean, we are.
Yeah, go again. Go again. You said
A lot of those games, I feel like we should have won. I mean, we were all hanging on by like the smallest little bit. A lot of the games, we should have had more points on the board. Same thing with they should have had less points on the board. It should have just been. It should have been a lot closer. In a lot of the games. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So let me. Caden. I got Caden and Cade over here. So Caden, last year, just like Cade was saying there, you know, putting points on the board. What do you guys need to do to put some more points on the board this year? Because that's going to make a big difference in the games.
Yes, sir. We really just need to get like more stops on defense. You know, got to come out strong, stop them from running the ball, passing the ball, read their key guys, know who they're going to, and just play good defense.
And you guys have been a very competitive team for years. Florence has been a good program for years. Talk about Coach Rod Davis and his leadership with this team, Caden.
Me?
Yeah.
So this is my second year here, but I really enjoyed Coach Davis coaching me. You know, he's a hard coach. I love it. Love everything about him. You know, he's coached. I mean, he's played college ball, NFL ball. So, I mean, it's really like getting to know good things about him and like, yeah.
No, right. No, I mean, listen, a guy that has had this experience, there is a certain level of respect that they command that you can be like, okay, I'm learning from somebody who did it themselves. So I understand what you're saying there. So, Cade, as far as offensive line is concerned, how's the team looking right now?
I think we have players all around. We have a lot of players coming back. Our offensive line's all seniors. Wide receiver core is looking really good.
That's good.
Our D-line looking good. A lot of our guys developed a lot of skills, and I mean they got a lot better over the summer. Not even over the summer, like over the season. I can watch a lot of guys going against them every day. There's a lot of guys that are getting a lot better. They're competing really, really good.
Absolutely. Hey, look, y'all. Appreciate y'all joining us. We got Cade and Caden. Caden Boyd, running back. Cade Sills, on the O-line. We appreciate y'all joining us.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And we should have Coach Rod Davis joining us in just a second here. Folks, again, Iron Horse Grill is where we are here in Jackson, Mississippi for the Capital Region Media Days, brought to you by, of course, us, the Picked It Clean podcast, and our sponsors, Austin Graham with Farm Bureau Insurance, as well as Block Tech Systems. And so, unfortunately, Coach Rod Davis not able to join us today, but we do have Coach Tony Boyd with us right now. And, Coach, look, I want to start off with you. So this preseason, what have you guys done to prepare for the season? Because last year, really competitive region. And you guys were the one that found yourself on the outside looking in. There really were 5 teams that could get in. But only 4 can make it, and you guys just barely were on the outside. How much hunger did that build for this year, and what are you guys doing to address it and get you guys inside this time?
Man, we're doing a lot right now, man. We are staying in the weight room, conditioning more, and pushing these guys more.
100%. So, Coach, tell us what is your specialty as far as coaching is concerned? Like, what do you focus on the most?
The run game.
Run game. Okay. Yeah. So we were just talking to Caden Boyd there, and they were talking about the emphasis on putting more points up on the board. How big is that for this team? Because it's got to be, especially when you have close game after close game like last year.
Yes, sir, it is. So, like I said, Caden Boyd, that's my son. So we have all these talks and stuff, and I tell him my main goal is, like I said, I'm focusing on the run game. So if I can get him to see that at least 4 or 5 yards a carry, still moving the chains every 3 plays.
Absolutely. So last question for you, Coach. So, you're in a region. You got Vicksburg, who we talked to a little earlier. We're talking to Lanier later and Provine later as well. Cleveland Central, Holmes County Central, another team we're talking to later. Holmes County's supposed to be real good. Lanier's supposed to be real good. You got teams like that. But how do you guys take it to them? Because here's the thing. Last year, you guys are going toe-to-toe with those teams.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think we'll get it this year. They are. We do have the one of the toughest schedules out there, but I think our guys are ready for the challenge.
Oh man, I just looked at it. You guys play Kosciuszko. You guys play Pearl and Mendenhall in non-region play.
Yes.
So, you guys will be ready to play. You guys will be ready to play when region play comes. I think that's very smart there. I do want to talk with Cale Taylor here, wide receiver and defensive back here for the Florence Eagles. Number 2, he's out on the outside here. So look, on the offense, we've been talking to offensive guys today. All of you guys are from the offense. I know a big emphasis is putting points on the board. What do you view your role?
Just helping the team as much as I can and making sure I do my job so that it can help with Boyd running the ball and everybody else just moving the ball downfield.
100%. You're also playing on the defensive side of the ball, so you play both ways. Listen, you got to get your conditioning right. How do you feel going into the season physically?
I feel pretty good. Last year I was injured for most of the season, and I feel better this year, and I hope that we can just all stay healthy and have a good season.
100%. Appreciate you joining us, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you joining us, man. That's the Florence Eagles. They are looking to get into the playoffs this year in a very tough region, and we appreciate you guys joining us.
All right, thank you for having us.
Absolutely. The Wesson Cobras are with us now, and you're talking about a team last year, as you're seeing on your screen, 10-1 record last year. Of course, if you ask any of these guys, they don't have fond memories of how it ended, but what a great season they had, starting off 10-0. And so I'm right here with Coach Jeremy Loy of this Wesson team. And Demarion Smith, wide receiver, as well as defensive back. You guys are big-time contenders in 2A, Coach. Listen, people have their different views of the preseason rankings. I have you guys pretty high up there because, you guys are in the South, and, Heidelberg's a big giant in the South. And but I know that you guys are looking to get yourselves in that position to be contending. So how do you guys get that done this year, Coach?
Well, we lost one game by 2 points last year to a really good Mize team, who's going to be right there in contention.
Absolutely.
Also, in Heidelberg, that's a friend of mine over there, Daryl Carter. We coach together at Tougaloo, so we're always going back and forth about hoping to play each other. So we're hoping to be there. We had a good season last year, bringing back a lot. Hardworking guys, they get after it, and we're excited about, what's going to happen, and just ready to get it going and see. And if we can stay healthy and, do what I think we can, I think we'll be right there towards the end.
And returning all those guys is a very big deal, especially in a season like that. 10-1 year where you start off 10-0, only lost by 2 points. Like, what do you like? How do you take a season like that? Because that's wild success. Yet it didn't end the way you wanted it to. So how do you take that and use that for this upcoming season?
Well, we draw motive. I mean, we got confidence off of it, obviously.
Right.
We played some good football for a lot of weeks in a row. The dangerous thing about going in the playoffs undefeated is, you didn't have a game where you bounced back from a loss, during the regular season, which is always kind of a scary thing, because when you get to the playoffs, it's over if you lose. So you can't afford to have a bad night. But, it's exciting. We use that Mize motivation, with that loss and some things in that game that we thought we could have done a little better, and kind of learn and draw from that experience. That's where you learn from, there's those mistakes and things that you didn't do, and coaching wise and with the players. So they've had their mind right all through the spring and all through summer, and we got some good leadership, good senior class, which is exciting. Always, if you're going to be good, you got to have good seniors. We do have some good ones. So we're, I think, as far as a confident bunch, I think they are, and they're a talented bunch. And we got some talent coming through that right now with that senior group, some juniors, and actually some young guys stepping up right now that we're really excited about. So I think when we put it all together, these guys see it too. They've played a lot of football, so they're excited about playing some good football again.
100%. And of course, I got to shout out my guy Austin Graham, one of our sponsors.
Yeah.
Man, he's a big Wesson guy, and I know he's at all y'all's games. He's talking to me. He's like, man, you gotta check out my Cobras. So, Coach, look, what are you saying to your guys here? What are the goals you're setting for the team? Obviously, y'all's goal is state championship. I mean, you guys are in that position where you could get that done, but what are some of the goals that you're giving to your guys to get them to succeed here?
Right. Obviously ultimate goal is always state championship, and sometimes, you have a better shot than other years, but we want them to be great men. Number one, we focus on that a lot. We talk about being a man and what it takes, and what football can do to help us, learn those lessons, how it helped us and our coaching staff along the way playing ball, and we try to put that in them, and always that's my number one goal, is to see them leave there ready to go, be a man and take care of their family, and take care of the, be good employees, and whatever it is that they may do. So that's always our first focus. And then, secondly, as far as the ball, it's just work ethic. We want to see good work ethic in them, and know that they're putting forth the effort and giving their best effort. When they do that, win, lose, or draw, we give them everything we got. We know we walk off that field. I always tell them, the goal on Friday night is to make that other team say they never want to play you again. And so we talk about that a lot. You know, we want to be that team. So, you know, it's just little goals like that along the way that hopefully motivates them to get them where we want to be.
Something you alluded to just a little bit earlier was the fact that last year you had no games to bounce back from. Okay, you were 10-0, and Coach, you're wanting to do that again, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, there's no problem with being undefeated.
Right.
You
No,
know?
there's not.
However, what are some things that you want to have this year that makes it to where you don't have the same problem, even though you want to be undefeated again?
Yeah, you know, I'm not complaining about being undefeated.
Right.
But you learn lessons from those adversities, you know. And so we've had, you know, whether you're undefeated or not, you got to draw something from something to get you to make you better. You know, some kind of lesson from it. And you know, hopefully we get some challenging games. We want some challenging games. We want to play good teams. We've scheduled some 5As and some 4As like we did last year, just to try to hopefully give us some tests, because we need to be tested, you know, before we get to district, before we get to playoffs. So we're hoping we get tested this year. We hope some of those teams can give us some good games, and we can get in some grinds and really have to gut one out. You know, I mean, all those experiences are going to help us down the road. So, you know, when I think of it as a coach, yeah, I want to win every game. I love to dominate games. There's no doubt. But at the same time, there's lessons to be learned in those tough ones, and we're going to need some of those. We hope we get some of those tests early.
Definitely. And then, so we're going to bring in Demarion Smith. So, man, look, you play both sides of the ball. You
Yes,
play
sir.
wide receiver as well as DB. Two tough positions.
Yes, sir.
100%. Talk about your role. Talk about this offense and what you're seeing here in the preseason.
In the preseason, I mean, we run the same spread offense, and I mean, we've been playing with each other since we were kids. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it ain't no difference. We just got one goal, and I mean, the same offense. So, like, we all know it. So it should be the same from 9th grade to 12th grade.
Right. And so what I'm hearing, the theme here with you guys is, man, look, we're not really trying to change much. We just want to win in the playoffs. That's really the only thing. I mean, because,
Yes,
I mean, you get 10-1, you're 10-0 at one point, you lose by 2. All you want to do is just win that game and continue on.
Yes,
So it's the same type of thing. So, but the thing is, though, focus is the biggest thing as you go through the season. How is y'all's camaraderie in terms of keeping each other accountable and keeping each other focused?
I mean, we try to keep each other accountable. Like, if I drop a ball, like our teammates, we so bind in together. Like, we pick each other up and say, move on to the next play.
That's a big deal, too. Hey, listen, Coach, I appreciate you joining us.
Yeah.
Appreciate you joining us as well.
Yes, sir.
Wesson Cobras, we got a couple more players from the Wesson Cobras team to join us here. And, again, Coach, we appreciate you. And, oh, yikes.
Oh.
Oh, man. That's destroyed. Yep. All right, folks, so here we go. Wesson Cobras still with us now. We got a couple more players with us. We got Wesley Loy, wide receiver as well as defensive back. He's to my immediate right. And then to the far right, we got BP Robbins, quarterback for the team. Now, hey, listen, before we get started, BP, I know that, man, you had something go on with your leg, man. How you doing health-wise?
Good. I'm all held up.
Good deal, man, because, listen, Austin gives me the updates on you guys, and so I've been hearing all about you. All right, so look, Wesley, I want to start with you, man. So you play both sides of the ball. Just talking to Demarion Smith, who also plays both sides of the ball.
Yes, sir.
Last year, you guys were 10-0, lost by 2 points in the playoffs to a very good Mize team who's going to be good again this year. But at that point, you really don't want to change much. You really just want to win the game when it counts.
Yes, sir.
So what is the focus here in the preseason?
Well, we know that we got a good people coming back. Like we had a lot of our defense, especially coming back from last year. And we know we kind of have that game still in our mind, and we know that that's something that we don't want to happen again, and we want to go all the way, of course.
100%. Man, talk about the conditioning that it takes to be able to play both sides of the ball. Because, like, at the level where you guys, like, you know, the teams you don't have as many players on the team, man, you got a lot of you guys are really working hard in these football games.
Yes, sir, and that comes with conditioning in the spring, summer, and still in the fall now. And especially we do stuff on our own. We'll go up to the stadium and run and do run routes and do stuff on our own because we know that when it comes Friday night, we're going to have to be out there every play and like all night. So
definitely. So BP, I want to talk to you. So you're quarterback for this team. Talk about your leadership role in leading the charge here in this offense. A year that you guys really put points up on the board really well last year. Again, you want to win. You want to take it all the way in the playoffs, but kind of talk about that role, that leadership role, being the quarterback.
Yes, sir. We got a great group of wide receivers, and we got a really young O-line where we're still trying to fill in spots. But, I mean, we're still figuring it out, and we're going to get it together. I just got to get more comfortable around them because new players. So that's the main thing I'm working on. But as a leader of this team, we're just looking forward to doing the same thing we did last year, just busting our butts.
And listen, both of you can attest to this because talking about Coach Jeremy Loy and how good of a job he's done, obviously that's your dad.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just made the assumption because of the last name.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
glad I was right. And then you being the quarterback, quarterback has to have a real good connection with the coach as well. Starting with you, BP, talk about the leadership of Coach Loy.
Man, he's a great coach. He knows what he's talking about. He prepares. He's up. I mean, he does everything for us. He knows plays. He gets new plays together. The way he prepares us for every week for us is honestly amazing, and we couldn't think more of him.
Absolutely. Wesley, speak to it because, I mean, this is your dad, but then now he's your coach. And you also your coach, not just your coach, but coach on a very competitive team. You guys are in some intense situations together, father and son. Kind of talk about that a little bit.
Yes, sir. Well, I gotta. He's my coach, obviously, at practice and games and all that. But then I gotta go home with him and hear the same stuff over and over. So it's fun. It is fun, and I love it. But it's also a battle because we get into arguments, but then we also have a good time talking about stuff. But it's fun. I love it. I'm glad he's a great coach, great dad.
Absolutely. Hey, look, guys, we appreciate you joining us.
Yes, sir. Sir.
So as the Weston Cobras, of course, state championship contenders, 10-1 last year, lost in the playoffs to Mize, who's another big contender in 2A. So it'll be interesting to see how they do moving forward. But we appreciate the Weston Cobras joining us. We got more coming up right here. Picked It Clean Podcast Media Days for the Capital Region. We're joined by the Hazelhurst Indians now, which we appreciate them joining us here for the Capital Region Media Days. They had a very solid season last year in 3A with a 6-4 record. And they are with us now. Jesse Anderson, who's entering into his second season as the head coach, and he's sitting to my immediate right. And we got Kelly Brown over to my far right. And Kelly, what position do you play? Yeah, just go ahead and put those on. And Kelly, what position do you play, man? Quarterback. All right. Man, I'll tell you, that food smells good, man.
It does.
Man.
When we first walked through the door.
I mean, goodness gracious, man. Iron Horse Grill. They're hosting us here today, right here in Jackson, Mississippi. I'm with the Hazelhurst Indians right here on the Big to Clean podcast media days for the Capital Region. And so the Hazelhurst Indians with me now. And Coach Jesse Anderson to my immediate right. I'm going to start off with you, Coach. So listen, coming off a 6-4 season, very competitive there in 3A, good solid year. What is your outlook on this team this upcoming year?
Well, I told the seniors last year that we didn't have time to rebuild or anything like that. They didn't have time to do that being one season. So we put our nose down and we went and got us a playoff win. Wish we had a little bit more, but you know, everything happens for a reason. So we're just wanting to build on what we did last year and increase what we did and just get better, have a better season.
100%. But listen, getting a playoff win. This is that was your first year as the Hazelhurst coach. Getting a playoff win, big. 6-4 record is good. So going into this season, what are some goals that you've set for the guys here in the preseason?
Well, when I first got there, I told them we would always want to be the leading rushing team in 3A and hopefully in the state. So that's always a goal of mine, to run the ball, because teams that run the ball, especially in the playoffs, they play a long time. So that's a big goal of mine. I also want to get these kids graduated. That's a big goal of mine as well. So we preach to them about doing things the right way and doing things every day, getting 1% better each day. So that's all we're trying to do, is be better people, be better football players, and be better men.
Right, absolutely. And we'll have Brandon Haynes joining us later as running back, as you allude to the running game. You got Kelly Brown over to the right side of you. He's your quarterback. Speak to his leadership role on this team as quarterback.
Well, Kelly, he's an electric player with the ball in his hand. I kind of underutilized him last year, and I told myself this year I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to make that same mistake. So I'm going to turn him loose this year, and people are going to really be able to see what this kid can actually do. He was learning my system. It was kind of a learning curve for him, coming from being in a spread system previously to being under center for predominantly the whole season. So we're gonna give him the ball this year, and we're gonna let him turn him loose.
And it'll be something to see there for you guys. So I'm looking at your schedule, and so you got Macomb scheduled in the non-region. That's a very tough team. And then your region has Port Gibson, Franklin County, Jefferson County, and Crystal Springs. When you look at your region, where are you looking at that you're like, man, we can finish there. We can do that.
I think we can win it. You know, I'm not trying to brag and boast or anything like that. We have some evenly matched teams. It's just going to be who prepares the best, who plays the best, who doesn't turn over the ball. So, but we think we can be that team that's going to be standing at number one at the end of the year. I know that's everybody's goal, to go undefeated. And, you know, sometimes that's unrealistic, but I think a realistic goal would be for us to be able to win this district.
But here's the thing: you bring back a lot of weapons on this team, so that's really good to see. Last question for you, Coach. So when you're talking to your team and you're preaching to your team, what are some goals that you're setting for them to help them achieve at the highest level they can?
Just to come in and do your best. I mean, there's a lot of those things that you can't control.
Right.
But you can always work hard and control your attitude and effort. So we preach that to them a lot, about just being where you're supposed to be. You know, individual goals are great and good, but a team goes really far when they have team goals. And, you know, I always want these kids to be successful and get as many touchdowns, yards, and tackles as they can possibly get. But I want them to be concerned with the team as well and seeing what they can do to uplift each other, to help each other, and to get each other better each week.
I want to bring Kelly Brown in on the conversation to the far right, number 2 quarterback for this Hazelhurst Indians team. So, Kelly, look, man, your coach raving about you, talking about you being electric with the football and looking to turn you loose. Man, how's this preseason been getting ready for this upcoming 2026 football season?
The preseason's been good. We really been learning the system, because last year we was learning during the season. So now we know and we can go full. We can be full 100% this year.
Absolutely. And so another thing I want to talk about, so as far as offensive stuff and things that you're adjusting to, because obviously there's some differences. Coach was talking about going from the spread to being under center a lot going into last year. What are some adjustments that you're making now from last year to going into this year?
I'm learning to be more careful with the ball and knowing that every play might not be me. It ain't gonna be me all the time. It's gonna be other people sometimes. I might not have it this game. Might be Brandon Haynes. Might be somebody else. So that's what I'm learning, be patient with the team.
100%. Kelly, we appreciate you joining us, and Coach Anderson, we appreciate you joining us as well.
Thank y'all for doing this, and thank you for having us.
Absolutely. We got a couple more Hazelhurst players that are going to join us, and that'll be Brandon Haynes and Ladarius Pendleton joining us here today at the Iron Horse Grill.
I brought my defensive coordinator, too, if you want to speak to him.
I'll talk to him as well. I'll talk to him as well.
Sir, appreciate you.
Absolutely. And, folks, we appreciate you joining us. I want to shout out Block Tech Systems. Block Tech Systems is a Mississippi technology company helping businesses and organizations keep up with an ever-changing digital world. With over 25 years of healthcare IT experience and more than a decade of experience with epic implementations, Block Tech Systems brings decades of knowledge and expertise to every project. From IT systems integration and networking to healthcare IT consulting, cybersecurity, project management, and emerging technologies, Block Tech Systems helps businesses build technology solutions that work. Block Tech Systems, customer-centric, purpose-driven, and cutting-edge. We appreciate Block Tech Systems for sponsoring this media day, as well as Austin Graham. We've got the Hazelhurst Indians with us. They were 6-4 last year. We were just talking to Coach Jesse Anderson. Joining us now is Brandon Haynes to my immediate right, and then Ladarius Pendleton. Am I right on that?
Yes, sir.
Right to the far right, number 51. So let me start with you, Brandon. So I know you're leading the Russian attack at the running back position. I know that you ran the ball a lot. You did real well last year. You started last year. You guys got a playoff win. What's the focus heading into this season?
Just trying to be better day by day. Just trying to execute the game plan. Coach Jesse got it done, and Go Barnes and the whole coaching staff.
100%. So listen, I want to go over to you, Ladarius. So I'm assuming, what position do you play? Defensive side of the ball?
I play defense and offense.
Play defense and offense. All right, so both sides. You talk about that a little bit. What's the conditioning level that you need to be playing on both sides of the ball? A lot of people who've never done that don't really understand how hard that is.
It's hard. You just gotta get your stamina up a lot to play both sides of the ball.
100%. So, Brandon, I want to go back to you. So, you guys as offense, I know that Coach Anderson's trying to let you guys loose, have you guys really put up a lot of points on the board. What's it going to take to get that done?
We just need the line, the block, and just do everything he tells us to do, and he's going to lead us to victory.
100%. So, Ladarius, last question for you. So, the defensive side of the ball. How do you think that you guys' defense will fare this year? What's it looking like in the preseason?
Oh, our defense goated. Defense is good.
Man, listen, short and sweet. I like the answer. Man, I appreciate you, Brandon. Appreciate you, Ladarius, for joining us right here. Picked It Clean Media Days, Capital Region. We'll keep this train going. The Hazelhurst Indians, 6-4 last year, looking to keep it going. We're going to go to Raymond next. We're going to have the Raymond Rangers joining us next up. Here we got a new head coach, DeMorris Jones, who's coming in as head coach here for the Raymond Rangers. And we'll bring Coach over here in just a second. Welcome back to the Picked It Clean Media Days Capital Region edition here. I'm your host, Trellis Williams. With me right now is Coach DeMorris Jones of the Raymond Rangers. We're really glad to have you, Coach. And listen, you're taking over. This is your first year as head coach for this football team. And the thing about Raymond is that Raymond has had a history of doing good things. But, you know, the last couple of years have been kind of rough for Raymond. And now, last year, 2-8 record, but you're taking over as head coach. Kind of talk about what you have tried to implement to kind of change the direction of this program.
Well, first of all, excited for the opportunity.
Right.
Like you said, I see a lot of good things with Raymond. Kids are working really, really hard. I just want them to have a little bit of motivation about themselves, understanding that what they did in the past is pretty much behind them, and just taking it game by game and just understanding that what we want them to do and just moving forward every single game, getting better each week.
Give us the background of yourself and how you got here to being Raymond's head coach.
Well, I spent the last 7 years at Laurel as the defensive coordinator under head coach Ryan Ernest, and had a lot of success there. And I felt like Raymond was a good place where I can lead a bunch of individuals who are hungry for some success. And a lot of things that they're doing right now is putting themselves in a position to be successful. But I coached a few years at Jackson Prep, is where I started my career. I've also coached at Southwest Mississippi Community College in Summit for about 4 years. So this is year 15 for me. So I've kind of had a little success in every area. And again, excited for the opportunity.
100%. I mean, listen, Laurel was known for the defense, and you guys made a state championship game. When was that, 2 or 3 years ago?
That was actually 2023, I think.
Okay, 3 years ago. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, so I remember that as well. And Laurel was real competitive coming down the stretch last year as well. So now you're here at Raymond. So you're taking to the season, and again, there's some changes that have to be. There's directional change that has to be done. So dealing with the players, having the players from last year, what are you telling them to try to turn the tide?
Again, like I said, just trying to get them to understand the will to win. Like I said, in the past, that's behind them. Just giving them to move forward each week. Preparing them every day, giving them a new schedule, something that they can look forward to try to build on that season every week. And I say this with all due respect, I know they had a year where they didn't do so great. And I try to make sure that they don't live in the moment of having that, bad year as something that they can keep looking forward to. But I want to make sure that they understand that, that entire community is going to be behind them. And each week we're going to prepare as if it's our last game, and we're going to be hungry about playing football in Raymond.
Most definitely. So next question I have for you. So we're looking at this schedule, looking at this region that you guys are in. You're in there with Richland, in there with Forest, good team, in there with Morton, good team as well. Mendenhall. And as a matter of fact, Morton and Mendenhall are here at our media days today. So when you look at those and you look at those teams in the region, what are some goals that you're setting for your team, and just goals to get them to compete at the highest level possible?
The good thing about that, I'm familiar with this region because I've actually played a few teams before, being at my previous school. We've actually played Morton and we played Mendenhall, so I kind of got an understanding what they like to do offensively. The biggest thing with them is I just want to make sure that they're challenged. A lot of times you see an inferior opponent and you just kind of back down from it. But I want these guys to step up to the challenge, and each week we're going to be ready to play regardless if it's a 4-quarter game or overtime game. Every snap, we're going to try to get after it with the best of our ability. And looking at the region again, like I said, it's some games on there that, people will try to count you out of because they're used to seeing certain teams be at the top of the region. But, I come from a background where, you always finish. I've started several seasons 0-5, 0-6, and that last part of the season, turn it around where you're region champ or you're region runner up. So those are the things that I want to instill in them. It ain't how you start, it's really how you finish.
If I'm not mistaken, that's how last year was, wasn't it?
And
At Laurel?
it was probably the last 3 to 4 years like that.
Of course,
so,
ridiculously tough
Yeah,
non-conference,
yeah.
non-region
Tough
schedule.
non-conference, but,
Right, absolutely. But here's the thing. So now I'm looking at this schedule right here. Starting off with Port Gibson. This was a game that you guys. I say you guys, but Raymond had won for years in a row. Lost last year in shocking fashion. But Port Gibson ended up being a pretty solid team. Crystal Springs, you guys beat last year. Copiah Academy, very tough private school opponent to play. Lanier, we all know Lanier, how good they've been, and then Terry, a 6A opponent. So you guys are really going to be prepared for region schedule through your non-region. What's going to be your focus with your team throughout non-region?
well, basically, obviously you want to be healthy.
Right.
You want to come out on the healthy end of it for region play. The biggest thing is I want them to really focus on the first game. First game that they're going to play, I don't want them to actually look down the list because that's when you kind of figure out what type of team you are and you make the mistakes and you try to correct them early on. But, looking at the schedule, like you said, there's some tough opponents on it, but each week you just got to be ready to play your best football that you can play and try to stay healthy doing it. Going back to Port Gibson, solid team. I watched that film from last year, and I saw a lot of mistakes that they made that were just like minor things that they can fix, and I plan to fix this upcoming season. But, that opponent itself, it brings a lot of tradition to playing because I'm pretty sure they played, like you said, over the past for a long time. And I hope that we can, take care of business that week 1. And hopefully the rest of those games, we're healthy enough to compete to the best of our ability.
Absolutely. Coach, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Picked It Clean Media Days Capital Region Edition. And we'll talk to a couple of your players here in just a moment.
All right. Thank you.
We continue on. Joining us will be Kamari Moffitt, wide receiver, also defensive back for this team. He'll be on the far right, and right next to me here will be Dalton Terry, linebacker and tight end for this Raymond team. Now listen, y'all, I got to say, I looked at y'all's names. Your coach put y'all's names down, and I recognized the names, but I realized why. I'm always calling y'all. I'm calling a game for y'all every year with the Terry and Raymond game, which is always fun. So right next to me is Dalton Terry, team captain. So I appreciate having you here. Kamari Moffitt to the far right. I want to start with you, Dalton. You play the linebacker as well as tight end. It's a very physical player, playing very physical positions on both sides of the ball. That's a lot of punishment you're taking there.
Yes, sir. I really like to think of it as I'm punishing the other team.
Oh yeah. No, that is the way to think about it. That is the way to think about it. So, Dalton, look, man, obviously, coach coming in, very accomplished coach. So you have a coaching change. Last year, tough season, not really a year that you wanted to have, but you got an opportunity with a new coach to take things in a different direction. What are some things that Coach Jones has brought in that you think are really going to help?
A couple of things that he done brought in to our entire team is, just the simple stuff of teaching us how to be a man, like picking up after each other, just being together as a team to accomplish goals, He he let me figure out a way to say this. He shows us how to be a team together,
right?
And he pushes us to be the best that we can be, and I really appreciate that from him. I really do. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think you can, Kamara, you can also. It sounds like you agree with him on that. Kamara, kind of talk about that as well with Coach Jones and his impact.
He's a good coach. It's a lot that he, provide for us, show us how to, work together and stuff like that.
Absolutely. And what class are you guys?
2027.
Y'all are both seniors.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you guys are actually can see the shift. So what are some goals? Starting with you, Dalton. What are some goals that you have for this season?
To have a winning season and to bond with the guys, on a deeper level. To show them that, like, even after high school is done, we all still a family. We all one big family.
For sure. And what would you say, Kamara?
Pretty much the same thing. Yeah, we all got the same goals. We all one team.
100%. So, okay, and last question for you. So I'm looking at this schedule. You take on Port Gibson week 1 once again. And you guys had been beating them. Last year is just like it was a close game, kind of a shocker. Port Gibson getting the win. So what's going to be the mentality going into that first week?
Just get the job done, win by any means necessary. The job done.
Absolutely. Listen, folks, we appreciate you joining us. Kamari and Dalton, appreciate y'all joining us right here on the Media Days. And, hey, I'll see y'all during the season.
I see you.
Absolutely. Picked It Clean Media Days Capital Region Edition continues right here from Iron Horse Grill. The food smells good, folks. I'll tell you, the food smells good. You need to come on up in here right now. Listen, if you are in a position where you're like, hey, look, man, I'm kind of hungry. I'm a little bit hungry right now. Man, show up here to Iron Horse Grill, get you some food, man. It smells good up in here. All right, so we have next up, I don't know if they are, we'll see the Forest Hill group in here. So we'll continue on. And we'll go with the Morton Panthers. Morton, yeah. So we'll bring in Coach Zach Jones of the Morton Panthers with us here now. And so Morton, also a 4A opponent. Matter of fact, Morton and Raymond in the same region. We're going to be joined by Coach Zach Jones. And we'll go ahead and get that helmet in a prominent position right there. Nice dirty gold helmet. I like it. I like it. And Coach, look, it's good to meet you.
Good to meet you. Appreciate you, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate y'all having us.
100%. So I won't. So I was just looking at this. So you guys last year were 6-5. You guys were a playoff team, I do believe, as well. You're in 4A. You're going into a new season. Coach, what are the things you're seeing in the preseason from your team that has been encouraging?
Well, you go back and look at that schedule last year. We were in the Newton County ball game. We were in the West Lauderdale ball game early and lost both of those games. So, we want to flip those games. And that's something one play here or there could have flipped them. So that's something we focused on and really harped on to our kids in practice. We moved up to 4A, I think 3 years ago. And this will be our 4th year in 4A. And a little different, a little tougher. I tell anybody, I think 4A South is the hardest to navigate through for anybody. There's a lot of really good football teams in there. And, so we've harped on that. Had a great off season. Started after we lost the second round of playoffs last year. And that's where it started with us. Carried over in the spring and carried over in the summer. Our guys have worked really hard. And, in practice, we got to carry it over to the practice field. And those guys have done that so far. Really like what we've seen out of our kids so far.
Right. And so this is your 5th season as head coach there at Morton. And so, this program has your imprint on it.
Yeah.
And so kind of talk about that a little bit, because when you get into your 3rd, 4th, and 5th seasons, it's really when it's established as every player who's going through there has had you as their coach.
Right.
there at the school. Talk about that. Where do you feel the program is right now?
Well, I go back and, Morton has won 5 district championships in the history of the school. And we've played for 2 since we've been there and lost in overtime, both of them. And been so close, but, close don't count.
Right.
Like I told somebody the other day, if we'd won both them ball games, I'm probably a pretty good coach right now instead of a bad coach. But we've been so close, and I've preached to these guys every year, and their coaching staff has somebody's going to be the group that puts Morton over the hump, and get there to have some consistent success in the program. And I think this group can do it. That they practice, they work exactly how we want them to do. They're hard workers. They're great kids. That's the best thing about them. We have some really good football players, but they're great kids. Have a great coaching staff, and our kids have really, really bought into what we want them to do. And like I said, we're trying to find a way to flip those ball games. Flip Newton County, flip West Lauderdale, you flip Forest. Also, we won the division last year, and we're sitting there instead of end of the season 6 and I think we're 5-4 going into the playoffs. We're 8-2 going into the playoffs, 7-3 going into the playoffs. So, but like I said, ifs don't count, ifs don't matter, and results are what matters. But I think these guys have really, really took on and embodied that we want to get past that hump, and we want to make those plays and help us win those close ball games.
Right, for sure. And I see in this schedule this upcoming season just a lot of tough competition too, because, talking about Raleigh, you're talking about Greenwood, Newton County. Newton County almost knocked off the team that won the championship. As a matter of fact, it was a miracle that Columbia won that game. And Forest and Mendenhall in your region. Mendenhall, we just talked to Raymond, who's in your region, and we're about to talk to Mendenhall shortly. But another thing, too, there at Morton is that, you guys just won the basketball championship. And so I know that you got there's a championship energy there.
There is. And the good thing is a lot of those guys play football.
Yeah.
Coach Bowie and I have a great relationship. When we first got there, football and basketball guys didn't do that. They just played football or just played basketball, and we don't do that. I think everybody who started in the state championship game last year played football. And so a lot of those kids carry over and do that. And like a lot of tough competition on our schedule. I've always been that way. I don't think you can play an easy schedule and be ready to have a chance to win a district championship or play do something in the playoffs. I think you have to have a tough schedule. Some people disagree with me on that, and that's okay. But there's no cupcakes on there.
No.
Everybody on there is a really, really good football team. Really has a storied tradition. Richland will be better this year than they were. Coach Worrell's done a good job there. Raymond's going to be better. I know they've got a good coach, a lot of excitement around them. So our district is really, really tough. Mendenhall has a lot coming back. Forest has a lot coming back. So we've got our work cut out for us if we want to win a district championship.
100%. Hey, listen, Coach. Coach Zach Jones with us right now. And, Coach, last question for you. When you're talking to this team, what are some goals that you're setting for the team for them to be able to accomplish things at the highest level possible?
Well, the first was win game 1. It's our home opener, and we want to do that, set the tone for our season early. Didn't play our best football first game last year over there, and Newton County knocked us off. And so we want to win that first game. Of course, we want to win the division championship. That's always a goal of mine, because I think a district play is a body of work over the season. Through those 4 games, it's not just a one-round playoff game. So, that's something that we want to do. We feel like we have a little bit of control over that, and we want to win the division championship. Of course, we got the battle for the golden chicken at the end with Forest. Always a big ball game. We want to win that and set ourselves up to make a run in the playoffs and have a chance to win the state championship.
Absolutely. Hey, Coach, we appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, this is first class, man. We really appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. I appreciate that for sure. Hey. All right, we're going to be joined by a couple of players here. We got Dolph McDonald to my immediate right, and then we got Tristan Hobson to the far right. And listen, fellas, I know that both of you guys are very good players, very good athletes overall. So let me ask you this. So going into this season, we just talked with Coach Zach Jones about this upcoming season. I know there's a lot of excitement. You guys have a lot of competitive games on the schedule that last year you won some, you lost some, but you want to get those wins. How have you guys prepared to win the games when it matters the most?
We just been practicing hard, getting to know everybody and what they're good at, so we can prepare for the season and just getting stronger in the weight room, so we can perform at a high level.
Absolutely. So, and I want to go over to you, Tristan. So, what do you like? In what position do you guys play?
I play receiver and cornerback.
I play running back and safety.
So both of y'all play both sides. So, all right. So talk about that during the game. And so how does the defense look? How's the defense look like?
We're getting better. We just getting to know the coverages and like where everybody needs to drop and everybody's position, where they need to go.
Right, no, for sure. And what would you guys say about you guys' offense coming into the season?
Offense really the same. We got new people coming from great under us. We just got new faces. We trying to get them in and work.
100%. So, talk about Coach Jones's leadership. This is his 5th season as head coach. So this is the coach that you guys have had. Speak to his leadership.
Yeah, he's all about leadership. He don't know. He just wants you to be your best. Just stay level-headed. Don't let nobody tell you you know anything wrong. He's the type of person that's like to see. He don't like to see you fail, so he gonna push you and get you mentally ready for all the things that we're gonna prepare you for.
100%. Hey, look, appreciate you guys joining us right here. Picked It Clean Media Days Capital Region Edition right here from Iron Horse Grill in Jackson. And that's the Morton Panthers, 6-5 last year, looking to get some wins against some of these opponents that they lost close games to last year. Look forward to seeing what you guys do. And we'll keep this going in just a moment. So we'll move to the next one. So we should have Mendenhall up next. So Mendenhall will be here. Hey, Mendenhall, y'all ready? If I could get the coach, you ready? Yeah. We'll be joined by Chucky Allen, their head coach. Yeah, and if Coach could sit in here and you sit on the outside, that'd be good. All right. Mendenhall Tigers. Hey, Coach, if you could just scoot in just a little bit. And then if you can see it in so we can get you on the shot, I think that is good. That looks good. You can throw those headsets. Yeah, you can go ahead and throw those on those headsets. So we're joined here by Coach Chucky Allen. And so we're going into a season, and folks, You guys are 4A. I do believe y'all are in the same region as Morton and Raymond, who are also here. And
Yes, we are.
talked to just recently, and Coach, listen, this is your 10th year as head coach, and so it's been a while that you've been leading this program, and this Mendenhall program has been a good program. Kind of talk about that. Talk about your background as head coach.
Well, I think it's my 9th year, isn't it? I might be mistaken.
I think you know. I think you would know better than me. I just did the
Okay, yeah. I think it's 9th year, but it's been a long ride. We started out. I've been in Mendenhall for now, I think 23, 24 years.
Okay.
I don't even remember how long. But come up through the ranks, seen a lot of talent come through, and that was just one of the things. Once I got the head coach job, it's one of the things I want to kind of focus on, just change the culture as far as having that workman's mentality. We always have talent, so we just try to get that mindset of let's work and do it the right way. Try to make the guys understand that look, you can do whatever you put your mind to, but it's a method you have to do, and that's to work hard.
Right, and so you guys went 5-5 last year.
Yes.
So you had a solid year. Kind of talk about last year. What were your takeaways from last year? What are some things that you want to do better this year?
We started out with Ridgely. First ball game, I think we had like 5-6 turnovers. We had a relatively young team. Quarterback was a sophomore, and it was a learning experience for him. It definitely was a learning experience for him. And I thought, we made mistakes, things that we could build on, and things we can move forward, because that's what you look for in the preseason. Is just try to prepare yourself for district. And that takeaway that night, I thought we played well defensively. We were physical. We caused some turnovers. We flew to the ball. Offensively, we just hadn't had that click yet, and I thought we was on our way. The next week against McGee, we did. I thought we clicked on offensively. Defense played well. South Pike was kind of the same thing. That fourth ball game, we started getting riddled with injuries. Our quarterback broke his toe. Third play of the game, had a couple guys go down with knee injuries, and we had that starting 11 on offense and defense was solid, but we didn't have any depth for one thing, and that was one thing. We definitely knew we had to build on depth.
Right.
And we struggled. That way we were struggling. By the time the end of the season, everybody was healthy by the time we got to Raymond, but we hadn't had that rhythm yet, that cohesiveness. This long work, but we hadn't got it together yet. So that's one thing we just going into this season, just make sure we got that tight knit family and just be able to work together.
Right, and so being such an experienced coach, this has to help you when you deal with teams that are just all different in their own ways. How, in your own words, how has your experience helped you coach this team?
Well, one thing is just with your coaching staff. I think our coaching staff is unique, and I think that's what it takes, because you have one with a mindset. Coach Willis is a military guy, defensive minded, very strict. Just a lot of order, a lot of control. And Coach Dampier, the office coordinator, he's young, energetic, tight with the guys. And me, I just kind of make sure we all kind of just come together and just be one family. I let our coaches do their thing. And it takes that, because the kids we have all have different personalities, come from different backgrounds, and we got to find a way to make everybody just mesh together. Because like I said, the talent's there. We just got to get it together.
Right, and another thing is that as far as a head coach is concerned, you're one of 2 coaches here who's won a state championship as a coach.
We lost in the states.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
you lost, but barely that.
Yeah.
Barely in 2022.
That was a heartbreaker, yeah.
Okay, right. So 2022, and who was that you guys played against?
Played Louisville.
Louisville.
Yeah.
There you go. So, yes. Now, here's the thing. I look at this schedule here, and listen, I'm sorry, Coach. That you're probably like, anyway, man, I'm going to slap you, man. no, but you guys play Louisville this year in non-region play, and that's a very challenging team. They're right now, as far as a lot of people are concerned, they're like the preseason #1. So. You know, what goes into putting them on your non-region schedule, especially right in the middle of your region game?
Right, yeah, well, talking with Coach Shorter, you know, we both kind of agreed, like we had an off week last year, and, you know, I don't think we benefited from it. We were healthy this past year, but as far as getting us prepared for that first round of the playoffs, it didn't help us being off. I think the Louisville game is going to be a stiff competition. Like you said, they're considered one of the top team in 4A. And what better way to find out where you are as a program than to play the best? You know, you always say in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. So I like competition.
Right.
That's just what it is. I like competition. You know, the district games, you can't pick and choose when you play the district. But your preseason games and you know, non-district games, you can definitely pick those, and you do that to get you prepared for the playoffs. So that's why.
Right. This is a pretty heavy non-region schedule. I'm starting to look at it a little bit here. You got Louisville, which we just talked about. You know, Callaway, always a solid program.
Right.
Florence, very solid program. We talked to them earlier. South Pike has been good. McGee has been good. McGee's good. And then Ridgeland, very good.
Right.
I mean, you're talking about a good 6A program.
Right.
And that's your first game. So starting off the season with Ridgeland, man, what's the focus going into that first week?
You know, that's the first ball game coming out the summer. You know, conditioning is definitely a big part of it. And, you know, you definitely want to get a chance to test your younger guys. A lot of people will play that night. We want to see where our quarterback, he's going to be a third-year starter. You know, he was just a freshman his first year playing.
That's big, Coach.
That's huge.
Yeah.
And, you know, and his freshman year to his sophomore year to this year, you know, we definitely got to see, you know, uprise in his progression as far as how he manages the game. And Ridgeland, like I said, they're full of athletes. You know, Coach Ewell, I'm sure he's going to have them prepared. Great coaching staff over there, and I know they're going to be ready to play. So, like I said, it gets us ready for the playoffs. You know, we want to go in and compete and try to execute to the top of our ability.
Absolutely. And so, listen, Coach, we appreciate you joining us. And listen, man, I wasn't able to get your name beforehand, so just let me know what your name is.
Jay Miller.
Jay Miller, man, I appreciate you joining us. So, listen, speak to Coach Allen's leadership. He's a very experienced coach, and you're a guy that you're able to kind of just play under him, kind of speak to his leadership.
For the 4 years I've been here, Coach Allen been a great coach. You know, like he said, he mostly, you know, let us bond with our position coaches, our coordinators and stuff, and I feel like that brings us together as a team. So I really like that way of coaching.
Absolutely, man. So, and I'm assuming, man, you're on the line, man. And so kind of talk about that, man. Playing football in the trenches for a team that has had a lot of success. Talk about that.
Well, originally I started off as a D lineman coming from 8th grade, but later on moved on freshman center. And I feel like now our O-line this year, everybody done play. Everybody got experience. We all together hang around at school with each other. We just got a real relationship, and I feel like you need that in the trenches. You know, when times get hard, you know, you get tired, you don't really feel like moving. You got to be better than other teams. So I feel like that helped us a lot.
How do you think that chemistry that you guys are building is going to help you going into the year?
Yes, sir. I feel like it take us all the way to the big house.
There you go. There you go. Coach, I appreciate you joining us. Jay, I appreciate you joining us as well. That's the Mendenhall Tigers, and you're talking about a program that has had a lot of good history. I mean, 2022, they're in the title game. Coach Chucky Allen, he's 65-40 as head coach, so well above 500. Winning coach here. Appreciate y'all joining us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And, folks, I think we are coming to a point where we can take us a little bit of a – I'm sorry, Coach. So we got a couple more players. Hey, Coach, if you could write down their names on this list for me. So Mendenhall has a couple more players, as Coach reminded me here. And so we're going to talk to them before we head to a break. I think we have talked to all the people from our first section of time, and then so we're going to take a little break, and then we'll get to the 2 o'clock time. We might talk to the Terry folks. I think we'll talk to the Terry folks. I think they're going to probably stay a little longer than the others, but appreciate Coach Chucky Allen. And so which one is, so I don't have numbers. All right, so we got Ty Davis, who's to my immediate right, quarterback, junior quarterback. And then to my far right, we got CJ Brown, linebacker, a junior as well. Now listen, so Ty, I want to talk to you first. So Coach Allen just told me you're a 3-year starter, but you're a junior. So you're talking about starting since you're a freshman. Kind of talk about that. Experiences like that really help you come along as a quarterback. Speak to that a little bit.
It's really been a fun. It's been a fun experience. Like seeing myself work and get better and better as I go. Like it's a pretty fun experience.
Absolutely. So you enter into your junior year. Last year, you guys went 5-5. So you had a solid year. But, you obviously, like, for Mendenhall standards, you guys want to be, like, winning a whole lot, making big playoff runs. So what does it take this year to get to that point?
Really just our chemistry and working as a team.
Right.
Working better as a team.
Absolutely. Let me turn my attention over there to CJ Brown, linebacker on the far side, number 5 there in the black jersey. So, CJ, talk about this defense. How's this defense looking in the preseason?
It's looking physical, fast, aggressive. Everybody flying around, working as a unit. So I definitely love seeing it every day. It's an improvement.
That's big. So do you feel like that that the squad has built a lot of chemistry?
Oh, yes, sir. Like, we're going to 7-on-7 during the summer. So, yeah, that built a lot of team chemistry.
100%. Hey, listen, we appreciate you joining us, Ty. Appreciate you joining us, CJ. And we're looking forward to seeing what you guys do this year. Going to play some tough teams in that 9-region schedule. I think it'll prepare you guys real nicely for region play.
Yes, sir.
Good to talk to you guys.
I appreciate you having us, man.
Absolutely. Appreciate y'all joining us. So that's the Mendenhall Tigers. They went 5-5 last year, looking to improve off of that, but they're bringing back a lot of guys. They got a 3rd-year starting quarterback who's only a junior, and so Mendenhall's got a lot of good things going on, and Chucky Allen as their head coach, very successful head coach there. So we'll take a break real quick. I'll be right back. This is the Picked It Clean Media Days Capital Region Edition. We're going to keep this train rolling, folks, okay? We're going to get to the Terry Bulldogs, my Terry Bulldogs, folks. And we are looking forward to seeing them hit the field. All of their games, you can put the headsets on. If you could scoot in a little closer, Micah. All right. Bulldogs, of course, were 8-3 last year, headed up by Coach Chris Thigpen. And so, write down your name down there. And so, folks, before we get going with this interview, I want to remind you again of our sponsors. And, of course, we got Alston Graham with Mississippi Farm Bureau Insurance, as well as Block Tech Systems, bringing you Picked It Clean podcast media days here. So we got Zakir Grady as well as Micah White joining us right now. So we're starting off with some players here. Last year, 8-3 season. Terry, of course, 6A. For those of you who do not know. And so I want to start with you, Zakir. So look, on that line, the thing about last year is that you guys did a great job protecting. Of course, later in the season, you play some tough teams like Hattiesburg that have monstrous defensive lines, okay? And talk about what you guys have done in this offseason to get prepared for this season, especially late in the year.
We straight out of when we finished our last game, we straightened away. We lifted almost at least 3-4 days out the week.
We could just move that microphone over your mouth there. Perfect. Good.
Lifting at least 3-4 days out the week. Make sure we consistent in the weight room is important when you play O-line, have the muscle you need, and we also been working on technique, making sure we know what we're doing when it comes to all the different things you're gonna see on the line.
100%. And Mike, I want to ask you. I know, Micah, you've had a big off season, being able to pull in some scholarship offers. And you've done some good things and stuff. You play on defensive side of the ball, linebacker. How's this defense looking? I've heard some good things.
Well, we got a lot of guys returning on the defense, and I'm just very confident in the defense this year. The same way I was last year, I just feel like we're gonna go in with the mindset that Coach Benson, teaches us. We're just trying to get better and better every day.
So obviously, listen, we got just elephant in the room. If you're a Terry Bulldogs fan, the big thing is you want to get over that West Jones Hattiesburg hump and be able to host a playoff game. I know that that's something that Coach is setting a goal for y'all this year. How do you get it done?
I feel like we just keep working. We just do what we got to do to get better every day. And just we're going to take it one game at a time. And so when we get to that game, we're going to lock in, put our mind to it, and we're going to get it done.
That's the way to go about it. What do you say, Zakir?
I'd say the same thing. Work hard. Make sure we stay consistent. Get better, especially over the regular games. I feel that's real important. The regular season, get better over the regular season. Working out the kinks that come with the start of new season. And I feel like if we work out the kinks, I feel like we can go out of the way.
So this is the Pick to Clean Media Days Capital Region edition right here from Iron Horse Grill. And I'll tell you, man, the food, it smells good. Did y'all get some?
Yeah.
Man, I bet you that was good. But, all right, last question for you guys. Speak to Coach Chris Thigpen's leadership, okay? Because when he became the coach, team really had a losing record for many years. You're talking about 1-10 record the year before he became head coach. You're talking about an 8-3 record this past year. You guys have been winning consistently, been consistent playoff team. Speak to Coach Thigpen's leadership.
I don't think everyone understand how important having a good head coach is when it comes to having a good football team. It starts with a good head coach building a good program. And I feel like Coach he's done a real good job of making sure everything runs seamlessly when it comes to either pregame or when it comes to having all our equipment or making sure that we got our practice schedule right. I feel like he do a great job, and I really feel it makes us better. That gives us a better opportunity to play better and be better.
100%. I appreciate you guys joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll keep this thing rolling. We got some more Terry guys joining us, and you're going to make me excited for this season, folks. Yeah, man. Good to see y'all. Oh, man, popped you right in there. You all right, man? You just gotta make sure the mic's over your mouth, if you would. All right. All right, folks, I'm joined here by Colby George to my immediate right and then Keeson Kendrick to the far right from the Terry Bulldogs. And I think both of you guys play both sides of the ball, right?
Yes, sir.
And so we got guys going both sides of the ball here. And so let's start off on that subject. So this defense, I'm hearing really good things about the defense this year because last year it was a concern coming into the season. How good's this defense going to be? The defense turned out to be really good. And now you bring a lot of you guys back. So how's the defense looking here in the preseason?
He's looking good. Coach Benson done put us through a lot. We've been working hard, getting us prepared for the season. Try to make a great run. Do something Terry never done before. You know.
No, absolutely. And we talk about this all the time. Just trying to get over that hump to host a playoff game. And then if you're able to host a playoff game, you never know what happens as time goes on. Keeson, what are you seeing from this defense?
Like Kobe said, Coach Benson been putting in the game plan. He been telling us what we need to do, and as long as we listen to what he's telling us to do, I think that we're gonna go far this year.
And as far as you're concerned, Keeson, you've been here for a while, and you got to play your sophomore year, so I remember that. So you're a senior now. Talk about that experience being on this team and just kind of being a part of this nucleus.
Well, I just say like 10th grade. It's getting a little reps here and there, like starting to get a feel of how to varsity game, move way faster than 9th grade. So just it was an adjustment at first, but last year got a full season to play, and it's just like it was a nice little tune up here. So this year I'm gonna try to. I am not gonna say I'm gonna try. I'm gonna make sure that I have a good season this year and end off on a good note.
For sure. So I want to talk about the offense now. Okay, so. There are a lot of positive things from last year going into this upcoming year. Of course, starting running back, starting quarterback, not there anymore. So there's a little bit more change on offense than there is on defense. What are some adjustments that you guys are making on the offensive side of the ball? But I'm hearing some good things, though, because running back room's still pretty deep, so able to fill in for what Rondé left with Brady leaving, which was tough. You got Tyler Osborne stepping in. Talk about the offense.
Well, I'm gonna just say, I think we still gonna do it. I think we still gonna be there as a team. Run game still good, and now I feel like we got more than just one receiver to look at. So I feel like Tyler got better options. So as long as the line give us some time, which I think they will, I think we're gonna be pretty good, especially with the run game. The run game and the pass game we're gonna have this year is gonna be unstoppable.
Absolutely, Kobe. What you think, man?
I feel like we been working together, trying to get the quarterback, more involved and ready for the season because this is his first year, so
right.
We just putting him out there in the fire, see how he's doing. But to me, he's been doing good. We got multiple guys he can throw the ball to. We got a pretty good run game, and Coach Stig, he know how to call the plays and stuff. So we got the game plan. We just need to go out there on Friday and do what we got to do.
Absolutely. Colby, Keeson, appreciate y'all joining us.
Appreciate you.
Picked It Clean Media Days. Continue on. We got some more Terry guys right here. Oh, yeah. So we're going to be joined by Coach Chris Thigpen of the Terry Bulldogs, joining with us right now. And, of course, y'all, as you well know, this is the team that I follow for the whole season. Coach, if you could maybe just scoot that way just a little bit so we can have a little even of a look here.
Okay.
I'll probably go
That
in
good?
a little bit. Yeah, I think we're good here.
Awesome.
All right, so, Coach, look, going into the season, last year 8-3, which is very good record. And it was the best record of your tenure when you came in. I think the team was 2-10. I think the year before you took over as head coach. So 8-3, obviously very good. But you guys had goals that were extended past the 8-3 record that you finished because you wanted to kind of be able to host a playoff game, win a playoff game, and those kind of things. So what are some things from last year that you saw that you want to improve going into this year as you guys are well stocked to do something, make some noise again?
Well, just when you get late in the season,
you have to be playing well, which I thought we were playing well. By the time the season came towards the end, but from just a intensity and execution standpoint in all three phases of the game, we got to be better. And I got to be better as the head coach. When we play teams like Hattiesburg or Pascagoula or whoever, playoff football is a different level of intensity. I think our guys and our team kind of learned that, especially some of the guys you talked to here, today. They've been with us for a long time, and so they know you got to do a little extra. You got to have a little bit better focus, towards the end of the season and going into November, because the goal is to play for Thanksgiving weekend, give yourself a chance to play for a state championship. And 6A is very competitive. I think from top to bottom, especially our region, the coast region has some really good teams. But we know if we can win our region, we have a very good shot of setting ourselves up for big time success, because the last three, state champions that at least that teams that play for the state championship has come out of our region. And so, we're focused on our region right now, but in the short term, it's next week. How can we get better? So,
right. And I want to start off talking about this defense. So I was talking to some of your guys, and it sounds like everybody's pretty excited about the defense because of bringing a lot of guys back from last year. Last year, defense was a concern going into the season, and turns out they the defense outdid expectations last year. And so, but then you come back with a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
And so, talk about this defense. What are you seeing so far in this preseason from your defense?
Man, they're fast. They're fast. They're fast. They're fast. They're experienced. And when we try to do some things to give our defense some issues, but what I'm seeing is, guys from the secondary, not from all three levels, they got their eyes in the right place. Very few minimal mistakes and busts, even in practice. Guys are playing with great technique, but also great intensity. And I like it. It's helped us out on the offensive side of the ball. We got multiple guys we could shift around. Last year we did have some questions because we lost a lot of guys going into the season, but Coach Benson and that staff did a great job. He's probably, he is the best defense coordinator I've ever had. The numbers proved it. Even last year, I think if you take away, we looked at it, the last two games, if we don't turn the ball over 6 times on offense, I think we gave up 21 points off of turnovers. Really put our defense in a real bad position. We give up less than 100 points total for the season on defense. So that's a really good mark for our guys. So I think we could be even better this year. I always say, going into the season, you want to be really good on defense because you got to stop people.
Right.
On offense, you can kick it, you can punt, but on defense, you got to be able to stop some folks and get some turnovers. And we've been able to do that and put our offense in a really good position. And so this year, I don't think it'll be any different.
Now, turning our attention to the offensive side of the ball. Now, Coach, I've noticed this over your time coaching is that your style to begin with, of course, you're a guy that's got an offensive background. You were an offensive coordinator before you became head coach here at Terry. And, but when you're a head coach, you tend to want to bring in an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator and manage. But I've noticed this, 2023, you took over play calling middle of the season, make a playoff run, get a win. The offense, we see it change gears after you take over the play calling. Right. Last year, 8-3 record, putting points up on the board. Your play calling again. I noticed that you didn't even try. It didn't seem like you tried to get an offensive coordinator this year. You just decided, I'm calling the plays this year. What went into that decision?
Well, yeah, ideally, if you could be a head coach and you can hire really strong, competent coordinators, that's what you do. But some of the best in the business in high school and college and NFL, head coaches call their own offense or defense. And so, I tried some guys out. Some guys did a really good job for me. But, Coach Ernest, who's a mentor of mine at Laurel, he would say, Chris, nobody's probably going to be better than you at calling your own offense. So I said, you know what, you're right. He's like, you can teach it to them, but when you're doing it to your own self, you kind of know what you want. And, Coach Benson and I talked about, how we played last year. And he would tell me, he was like, Coach, it'd be times where you guys control the ball and possess the ball so long, we kind of got bored on the other side because, we go on drives and so I just think playing complementary football is important, especially on the high school level. I think, even if you're struggling offensively, I don't think the answer is, just start throwing the football because the game speeds up. And if your quarterback's not having a good game and he's not in rhythm, the worst thing you can do as an offensive play caller, I think, is just call passes and he turned the ball over. And so, but I try to get better. You try to break some of the tendencies that you have, but you also want to play to your team's strength. You want to find a way to play to your strength and do the things your guys are good at executing. So a lot of offensive football and defensive football, look good on the whiteboard and from a scheme standpoint. But if you don't have the players to execute that, or if you haven't worked on that from a team standpoint, then it's almost like in basketball, shooting a three sounds good, but if you don't have 3-point shooters, why are you shooting a three? So, we try to look at the offensive side that way. This year may look a little different from what it did last year in terms of maybe what we run and how frequent we throw the ball and run the ball. But, I think going into every season, every game, you got to try to run the football. And that's a big goal of ours. I think, we got a running back that's going to be really, really good. Brandon Duplessis. Got another kid, Landon Griffin, coming up. I think he's going to be good too. So you may see some Cole Reed back there. And so, we're excited about the season.
Right, and now a big thing is that you have a quarterback change. You had Brady Busby the last 2 years. Now you got Tyler Osborne taking over as quarterback. So how's he looked in here in the preseason? I know that, listen, it's a big ask to be like, all right, man, we've got big goals. Here you go. You're the quarterback.
Right. Well, I tell our guys, man, you never know when your number is going to get called.
Right.
So keep working and stay ready. And Tyler, every year has gotten better. His freshman year, I was like, woo, but his last year, from his freshman to last year, he made leaps and bounds, I thought, as a quarterback throwing the football. They only lost one JV game. It was kind of at the end on a fluke play. But even last year, as I saw him playing JV, we were running our base offense, and he knew everything. And the thing about, the helmet. The thing about, playing quarterback is, do they throw on time? Are they seeing the right things? And are they accurate? And I thought he was very, very accurate. What you think about that, Trellis?
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah, no.
I think he was very accurate with the football last year. He knew, like I said, he knew the offense. But Tyler throws a really good football. It's catchable. He's an accurate passer, and he'll probably have some growing pains. But as a coach, you want to do the best you can to make sure your players are prepared so they can play at the highest level possible on Friday without making mistakes. And so he's going to have a talented group of receivers around him. They got good continuity right now. I think we had a really good summer season of throwing the football. I think we played in 3 7-on-7s. And the first one we went to, we went, I took the kids, told Coach Benson, I said, well, we may leave after lunch. I don't know how it's going to go. and we ended up in the Final Four. Then we played for the championship at Hines when we went. So, we're looking forward to the season. We're looking forward to Tyler playing well.
Absolutely. And so, Coach, when we look at this schedule, obviously you start off with Murrah on the road. Then you hit Canton, and Canton's supposed to be improved as what I hear. You got North Pike and Callaway. You got Pearl, which you added to the schedule.
Right.
Haven't played Pearl since you were in the region with them in 2022.
Right.
Beat them the last time you played them.
Right.
And you're going to play them on the road. Talk about that, adding a game like that to the non-region right before region play.
You got to play. I mean, the last few years we've had a bye week, which I thought helped us. But I thought last season when we came off the bye, we played Forest Hill. We were kind of not as sharp as we would have been had we played. Pearl would be a really good test for us. I think, going into region play. But the thing is, you want to try to keep guys healthy. And, it's always a great opportunity when you can go play at Pearl, because Pearl has one of the best venues for high school football, I think.
Nice, yeah.
You've been there.
You got no track around.
No track around it. The fans are kind of closer to the football field, so you feel that atmosphere when you have a really good crowd. And so we know they're going to be coached well and play good football. So we're excited about, like I said, going there and have an opportunity to play them. Another 7A school that's probably going to be in the playoffs, and as you said, was in our former region. So,
yeah, and Pearl, of what I hear, they're supposed to make a resurgence.
Right.
Now, and they played well late in the season last year. So, looking at the region, it looks very similar to what it has for the past few years. Hattiesburg, West Jones, two big teams to beat there.
Yeah.
And you want to get over that hump. West Jones, you really had a pretty good game with them, pretty close game on the road. You play them at home this year. Hattiesburg will be away. Hattiesburg's supposed to be real good. West Jones back with Scott Pearson as their coach. So there's a lot of excitement going on for both those teams as well. How do you go ahead and get over that hump and try to host a playoff game this year?
Well, you definitely got to knock off one or two of those schools, and no disrespect to the other teams in our region. You got to beat them. But they are the top two teams, I think, going into it. Scott Pearson is the reason why West Jones, is the way they are now in terms of winning tradition. Because when I was growing up in the 90s, my high school used to play West every year. We would beat them. We were 2A, they were 4A. But they always had really good players. And but when Coach Pearson came, he got a system in there that really worked for that school and community. And, I'm excited to have a chance to go coach against them. I know his offensive coordinator.
You played against them.
Played against them. Wow. I know his offensive coordinator. But I just kind of followed the program over years. Like I said, I'm excited to be able to have a chance to play against and coach against one of his teams. Hattiesburg's going to be really good. Probably again this year. I think they reloaded with some guys. They got some guys coming back. Got an old offensive line coach, but having a chance to go play at D.I. Patrick Stadium, the last game of the year, if we take care of our business like I know we can, we should be able to play that game for the region championship. I think I said it at the beginning of the season last year, with the team we had. We played for a region championship, at home versus Hattiesburg. So hopefully, we'll do the things we need to do to put ourselves in that position again to get a chance at some get back. And so, they're the team to beat. They made it to the state championship the last 2 seasons, and they've won our region the last 2 seasons. So, hey, we got to go play the Tigers. That's okay. You want to coach in big games like that. But I want our players to understand what it's like, playing in big games like that as well. So this is what high school football is all about. D.I. Patrick Stadium is a historic stadium down there. It's another great place to play, great venue. And so, it's a long way from now, but it'll be here. It'll be here before we know it.
Absolutely. Your first game of the season, August 28th, on the road against Murrah. Coach, we appreciate you joining us.
Absolutely.
And so that's the Terry Bulldogs. So the first half, the first section of the media days, Picked It Clean media days here, Capital Region Edition, has concluded. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. So we'll take about an hour break. We'll come back at 2 for more interviews right here from Jackson. All right, folks, we're back here at the Iron Horse Grill in Jackson, Mississippi. This is the Picked It Clean Capital Region Media Days. I'm your host, Trellis Williams, and right now we're with Provine's head coach, Willie Williams, joining us here today. And, Coach, look, this is your first year taking over at Provine. And so, last year 2-9 record, and the thing about Provine is that just a few years ago, team did real well, made the playoffs and everything like that. Had a couple of tough seasons here. Coach, what does it take to get the team back to winning?
First of all, it takes
put that mic down. Put that mic down. It's a head. Yeah, I got you here. Perfect. You're good. Go ahead. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you. First of all, it takes commitment to the program. So we want to get the players total commitment, and secondly, it takes a buy-in process. The guys have to buy in to trust the process. And my mentality, I tell them, we have to win today, and that's every day. We need to win today, whether it's practice, whether it's school, whether it's just, total everything all together. Workouts, let's win today. And so they've been buying in, man. And like I said, ever since the season ended, the guys been in the weight room, we've been working. Guys been locked in. And like I said, man, we want to change the narrative of who Provine is. Provine is known for a team of excellence. Like the standard of Provine is to make the playoffs and to go, and my goal is for these guys just to get better every day. And we want to get back in the division run of things, man. We want to win this thing, man.
No, 100%. So, listen, so you guys are 5A.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you play in a region that's very competitive.
Yeah,
very competitive
definitely.
region.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, every team in the region other than Cleveland Central actually came to the media days today, so we're able to talk to all of you guys. So kind of talk about that a little bit. You got some teams that are close by. Like Vicksburg, not too far away.
Yes,
Florence, pretty close. Lanier, extremely close. This is a fellow JPS school. Kind of talk about this region and what it takes to be able to take it to them.
Well, some have us ranked 25 out of 25 in 5A. And, that's fine. Like I told them, man, you still have to play the game. And my mentality is this. You got to line up. You got to play Provine this year. And no knock to all the teams. I have respect for all the team. The coaches, they doing great. Vicksburgs and Laniers. Like I said, we just want to establish ourselves into that role of being dominant, And so it's going to take us to win. We got to win in order for people to see who Provine really is.
So as far as your offense, defense, special teams, all that's concerned, what are some things that you see strengths where you're excited about?
Man, I'm very excited about our offensive line, and we recently have a transfer quarterback in, Bryson Burns. Man, this guy is going to be special. This guy, he's probably going to be, before it's all said and done, he's probably going to be one of the best that ever come through Provine. We had some great quarterbacks in the past, and he's going to fit the mold of being one of those, And we also have another young guy that transferred in, Jamori Dennis. He's a very speedster. He's a wide receiver, DB. This guy can roll. And so, like I said, our strength's going to be between our offensive line. They're going to have the experience coming back. And then, like I said, these two guys, man, to help the offense establish some identity,
No, for sure. So looking at this schedule that you guys have, man, you got some teams. You got some teams on the schedule. Elite Central being your first game, that's a new arrival to the region.
Right.
They're going to be a tough team, especially after the merging consolidation. Then you got Ridgeland, which is a very good team. I mean, you're talking about a big 6A Macomb, very, very good 4A.
That's what we want. We want competition. Like I said, you don't want that to give it to you. We want to go out there and earn everything we get. So we playing competition, like you said, like this. this is gonna tell you what Provine made of. You know.
Right, no, 100%. So that's what we see on the schedule. So week 1, you take on Leak Central at home. What's the mindset hitting week 1?
The mindset is going into it like it's a playoff game. You know, because basically it is. It's a district game. It was our first game, and we're gonna approach it like it's a playoff game. You know, we got to go in there. We got to execute. We got to play together as a team. We got to believe in ourselves. And so if we do all those things, we're gonna be successful. And that's my thing. We want to go in there and we want to believe in Provine, do things the Provine way, and hopefully come out with a victory.
All right, so give us your background on how you became the coach here at Provine and your history.
Okay, my history, well, I'm from Jackson, so I played ball at Callaway High School. I played 3 years at Callaway. Then I transferred to Provine my junior year, so I played 1 year at Provine. I graduated from Provine. And so after that, I went to Hines Community College, and I went to Jackson State, where we won the SWAC championship my last year. And other than that, I came in 2014 with Coach Otis Ridley. I was on that staff, defensive back coach then, and like I said, last year I was a defensive coordinator, and this is my first year head coach.
And listen, that's awesome. So you got roots here in Jackson, roots here at Provine too, as a Provine grad. And how big do you think that is for the culture around the football team to have somebody who's not even an outsider, somebody who is an insider?
Like I tell the guy, I walk the same halls, I've been in the same neighborhoods. I can relate to the players. And there's one thing that I feel like they understand, that they know they have a coach that's been in the same shoes or been dealing with some of the same issues that they deal with. And so I know I kind of understand where they're trying to go as well. And so a lot of these guys, they just want an opportunity to make it out of their situation.
Absolutely. Coach, we appreciate you joining us. And we'll have a couple of your players come up here.
Yes,
We'll talk to them.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely, Coach. We're going to have a couple more Provine players come join us right now. A couple players coming to sit down. Two at a time, Coach. There's 2 at a time. 2, yeah, you and somebody else. We'll get all of you, but 2 at a time. Provine Rams looking to make a turnaround with new coach Willie Williams. It was good talking to him. Right here, Picked It Clean Media Days Capital Region edition. So to my immediate right, I got Orlando Stewart, defensive back as well as running back for this Provine team. And then on the far right, got LaKendrick Bibbs, running back and linebacker for this Provine team. So coming into the season, let me start with you, Orlando. Coming into the season, you had a 2-9 season last year, trying to turn things around with a new coach and Coach Williams. What's it looking like so far in the preseason?
It's looking good. Practicing hard every day. Everybody going at it. A lot of high spirits, like we very high. Like I feel like we're gonna do good in the season, and we just ready to come forward out. That's our motive.
Absolutely. So what year are you guys?
I just transferred from Callaway. This is my sophomore year.
Okay. And all right. Okay. So you just transferred from Cal. What year are you?
I'm in class 28. I came forward here.
Okay, so neither one of you were on the Provine team last year. Okay, see, sometimes that can foster a little bit of change. What have you thought about Coach Willie Williams as a coach so far?
He bring us together, mostly focus on the team and being a family and discipline, like coming together, basically, like bringing all this together, not going against each other. We got to win the day. We work on winning the day. When we win the day, then we win the month, then we can win the year.
Right, absolutely. How about yourself?
Coach Willie just brings a lot of structure to us, and he just teaches us how to be young men. He always tells us, look a man in the eye when he's talking to us. And Coach Willie's just a great person, a great coach to be around. He's never leading us wrong. He's always leading us right.
For sure. So let me ask you guys, both of you guys play both sides of the ball. Pretty impressive. Talk about this defense. What does this defense look like so far in the preseason?
Man, dogs, full of dogs. Come be aggressive. No days off. Like, no days off. Defense, linebackers moving around, D-line, being aggressive, physical, cornerbacks coming down, hitting. We working. It's a process.
Absolutely. What's it looking like to you, Orlando?
Discipline. That's all we teach. That's all we know. We know how to be disciplined. We know if we down or we up, we just got one goal in mind, complete the drive, and one play at a time. That's our defense, one play at a time. That's all we worry about.
Absolutely. Appreciate you joining us, Orlando, as well as LeKendrick, as we will, bring a couple more of your teammates here, but looking forward to seeing what you guys do this year.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having us.
Definitely. We'll keep it going. We appreciate our sponsors in Austin Graham with Mississippi Farm Bureau, as well as Block Tech Systems. We're going to get a couple more Provine players to join us right now, and then we'll keep our media days going. Right here from Iron Horse Grill, I got me some fajitas here from Iron Horse Grill. This is good. Some good fajitas here at the restaurant. Make sure y'all get that mic over your mouth there. Hey, good to have you guys. We got to my immediate right, we have is that an O or A?
Q. Right there.
Q Walker. We got Q Walker, wide receiver and defensive back for this Provine team, as well as Bryson Burns, quarterback for this team on the far right. I want to start with you, Bryson. So you're the quarterback of this team.
Yes, sir.
What year are you?
Class of 2029.
Okay, so, oh, wow, man, young team. You guys have a young team. Just talked to two sophomores, or a sophomore and a junior year, a sophomore quarterback. Kind of talk about what you've seen so far from you guys' offense. How has it been with new coach? And I'm assuming that you're new quarterback, too, for this team.
Yes, sir. I've seen a lot of improvement. The team is going together well. We're clicking together well. Offense is moving fluently. We throw the ball fluently. We're working on the run game. Run game's getting better day by day in practice and everything. I feel like the new coaching staff has helped us most of them are young, so they're just getting done playing. So we get new stuff, So I feel that we're going to be really good this year.
Absolutely. So let me ask you, Q. You play offense as well as defense with playing wide receiver.
Yes, sir.
What have you thought about this offense? What class are you?
2029.
2029. I came another sophomore. So, what are you seeing from this offense?
From the offense, I'm always seeing immediate passion. Like, I always tell the team, if you can't come and be the best version of yourself, then, don't show up. Everybody comes with effort. Everybody comes to play. When we come to practice, we go 110% every time. So it's just no room for joking. The offense, I love what I'm seeing. Our coaches are young, so they're able to resonate with us. They're able to relate to us and help us out. And they actually are lenient with us on a lot of things. So I'm just very thankful for this program and what we've been able to build.
Yeah, and so look, y'all are in a really competitive region. Provine was the only team in the region to not be in the 5 teams that were competing for the 4 spots. But now you guys have talent, and you guys are trying to work with that talent. But getting ready for this season, you know it's going to be competitive. How ready are you guys to hit that field?
Oh, I'm very ready. I'm excited. I'm ready.
Oh yeah. Yeah. How about yourself?
I can't say too much. You know, I just let my play on the field talk, but I'm very enthusiastic to play against, you know, competition and a lot of people that I've heard a lot from. So, you know, I'm just very enthusiastic for the season.
And look, we appreciate you guys joining us. The Provine Rams, going to be a young team, but listen, these guys are ready to hit this field and play. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys do.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And the Picked It Clean Media Days Capital Region Edition continues on here from the Iron Horse Grill. And we'll move on to our next school. We appreciate the Provine Rams for showing up, Coach Willie Williams, as well as 4 players we were able to talk to here today. We're going to move on. We're going to go Jackson Prep now. We're going to bring Jackson Prep up, get Coach Doug Goodwin here. All right, folks, we continue on with our coverage here. Media Day, Picked It Clean Media Day here from the Iron Horse Grill. We're very happy to be joined here today by Coach Doug Goodwin of the Jackson Prep Patriots. And Coach, thank you for coming. Thank you for showing up with your players. We're glad that you're here.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us.
Absolutely. And listen, Coach, you got a long history as listen, your 5th year, you've won a championship. You got a 41-11 record as coach of Jackson Prep. Last year, I know that y'all kind of had a little bit of a rebuild going on after being real stocked out 2024. But you guys still were able to come away with the 7-5 record and everything like that. What was your takeaway from last season?
Total rebuilds going into last year. You know, the year before we had 36 seniors. We had a really good team. We had a great season. Going into last year, we had 2 players, a running back and a wide receiver that had started the year before. Everybody else is brand new as far as starting experience. So, and then on top of that, we played 3 teams that won state championships, and then we lost to MRA, who had beaten JA, who had won we ended up winning the state championship. So our schedule was pretty tough, but our team got better and better as the year went along. We got a lot of those guys back this year, so that's bound to help us out this time.
And you guys have always scheduled some pretty tough teams in your non-conference schedule. I remember you playing West Jones just a few years ago. You played them in the year they won the championship, and then really took it to them the year after.
Yeah, in 23, they had a really good team. Probably the best team in Mississippi that I saw after watching the state championship games. They were very good up front on both sides of the ball, and they were really talented. Had a lot of those guys back the next year, but you know, we barely lost to them at West Jones the year before. Had a touchdown negated right before the half that would have helped us out. But then when they came to us the next year, you know, we got off to a really good start. It kind of snowballed on them, and, you know, we kind of had our way with them.
All right, absolutely. So, listen, you going into 2026, I know last year was a big rebuilding year. What's it looking like this year for your team, just from what you're seeing in preseason? I know, because we've talked to a lot of these public school coaches, and one thing about private schools is there's probably a little bit more player movement, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know these days, but
you know, we had a couple of our starters got recruited away from us,
right?
So we had 2 10th graders that moved on, and then we had another 10th grader that started last year at tight end and decided he was just going to play baseball. But we got a bunch of guys, a bunch of juniors that are seniors now that played last year, and we got a good junior class. So, you know, we have a lot of experience. We're going to be a lot better at the beginning of the year. The key is just getting better and better each game. and not having any injuries because we have more guys. Up till this year, we've only had one guy play both ways in the last 4 years.
Wow.
But this year we'll have several guys that have to go both ways a little bit. So staying away from injuries will be key for us.
Yeah, 100%. So before we get more into it, give us your background on how you became Jackson Prep's coach and just like your experience.
So I was an assistant coach in Alabama for 2 years, and then I was a head coach at 5 different schools for 27.
Oh, wow.
Then I went to Auburn University for 6 years under Gus Malzahn. Left Auburn University in 20 and went to Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin his first year.
Okay.
And then that's really how I found out about Jackson Prep. A friend of mine who was on the staff at Ole Miss knew about Jackson Prep. They had an opening. I was pretty much ready to get back into high school. And, that's how I ended up at Jackson Prep.
It was pretty awesome there. You guys have had some good teams over the years. Just looking at your guys' schedule this year, of course, you play teams like Park Lane, who's always got a pretty good program going on there, and Copiah and Tri-County as well. I mean, you try to make sure that this schedule has a lot of tough teams outside of the tough teams that you play every year in MRA.
We're gonna start out with UMS next week, and UMS is a very much like us in Alabama as far as the type of school they are. They've been playing in the public school league for years and years. They won multiple state championships in Alabama. So, Coach Williams that was at Brandon went over there last year to be the head coach, and they needed a game early. So we scheduled each other. We'll play them here this year and then over there next year. But that'll be a really good test for both of us, I think. And then, like you said, Park Lane is the last couple of years, they've probably had as good a teams as they've ever had at Park Lane, and they'll be really good again this time.
Right, and so in the preseason practices that you guys have had, what are some things that have stood out to you that you're like, man, I'm liking what I'm seeing here?
Well, we've been very physical. Our guys, like to hit. We're very physical. We need to be because we're not very big, especially on the defensive side. But we run good and they're physical, and so if you run good and you're physical, you got a chance.
So kind of talk about this this atmosphere, because in the private schools, especially being Jackson Prep's coaches, that there are 4 schools that are at the certain level, and you're battling with those schools every year. What's that like? Because that builds these rivalries with every single one of the schools.
It's good competition. These other schools, they all have good coaches. They all have a lot of talent. A lot of them have an influx of new players from year to year. We, on the other hand, we don't have very many new players. We don't get a whole lot of transfers or anything like that. We just try to take the guys that we've got that have been there for a good long while and try to develop them the best you can. And hopefully they love playing for Jackson Prep. But every one of those schools have great coaching staffs, and they all do a good job.
Yeah, no, I have noticed that about Jackson Prep is that it's a little bit different. It's not as much the Wild West type recruiting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's and even some of the greatest athletes to come through Prep, there are a lot of them are just homegrown guys.
Yeah, they are. And we get a lot of visitors and guys that come and check it out. Our entrance exam is extremely tough. And so there's been multiple guys over the course of the last several years that have wanted to come to Prep and were willing to pay their way, but had a tough time getting in. So, academics is a big deal at Prep. So, we live with that and do the best we can with what we got.
One thing though is that once you have your team, a lot of times you can keep them. You're not going to lose the eligibility, hopefully.
Most of the time.
Most of the time. Okay, last question for you, Coach. So what are some goals that you're setting for your team this year? I know you have goals that you don't want to share with everybody else. What are some goals that you've set for your team that you would want to share?
Well, our goal, my main goal for our team and our football program is, I want our guys to have a great experience. I want football to be something that when they grow up and graduate and look back on it, when they're an old man like me, they can say, man, I wish I could go back and do all that over again. That was one of the best times of my life. And that doesn't always look the same for every player.
Yeah.
I want guys that are guys that are hard workers that just enjoy being on the team, and maybe they don't start every game or get any accolades or anything like that. But I want those guys to look back on it fondly as well. And all that being said, we want to win as many games as we possibly can.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, because when you win, that gives you credibility with your kids to where you can speak to them about the really important stuff in life, about being, you know, good husbands, good fathers, Christian leaders of their home, and all that stuff. And the winning gives you credibility in their eyes, so you tend to get their attention a little more when you do win. But day to day, we just want to get better every day. I mean, we want to get a little bit better every day, whether it's in the classroom, the weight room, or on the field. And hopefully, you know, over a period of time, that law of incremental gains will take place, and we'll be better this Friday than we were last Friday, and better the next Friday, and we'll just keep getting better every week. And at the end of the year, you know, hopefully we'll be in a position to win a state championship, which is what everybody's ultimate goal is.
100%. Coach, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, man.
Absolutely. We're going to talk with a couple of your players in just a moment. The Jackson Prep heading for 2026. Welcome back to Iron Horse Grill right here in Jackson, Mississippi. I'm joined by two Jackson Prep players, Brogan McCluskey as well as Luke Essery. McCluskey is a linebacker as well as a fullback for this team. Senior Luke Essery, also a senior, the quarterback for this team. So I want to start off with you, Brogan. So, man, you play cornerback and fullback, so you play both sides of the ball. And Coach Goodwin was just talking about how he's not really used to playing guys both sides of the ball, but he's increasingly doing that this year. So what are you doing to prepare for that workload you're going to take on?
Yes, sir. So I have to hydrate a lot and take care of my body physically, like ice baths, make sure I get good sleep too, and eat well because it is very tiring going both ways. And if it's on offense, I'm blocking, and on defense, I'm tackling. So very physical. So I got to just keep my body well by eating and hydrating and stuff.
Definitely. And so, Luke, you know, you're the quarterback for this team, Luke Essery, number 8 to my immediate right. And I know that, listen, there's a lot of excitement about the season that you're going to have this upcoming year. So what have you done to prepare for this upcoming season?
I've just gotten all my boys and we've gone on the field and worked. Just making sure everybody's staying in line. You know, part of being a quarterback is being a leader. Got to make sure everybody's staying in check, learning all the plays, and working.
Right. So speak to Coach Goodwin's leadership as coach. This is his 5th season coaching here at Jackson Prep, and you guys have had some pretty good teams.
Yeah, Coach Goodwin definitely is a great leader. I mean, he's been coach for 5 years. I've been behind him since 8th grade, and he did a really good job of mentoring me and making me who I am today. and I thank him for that. He's a great leader.
What you think, Brogan? What would you say?
I would agree. I mean, I've always had a close relationship with Coach Gillen, even when I was playing on junior high team still. But I mean, I always was ready to play for him when we were younger, and great leader and leads our team well.
Absolutely. So going into this season, of course, for you guys, the teams that you're always thinking about are the MRAs, the JAs, the Hartfields, of course. But you got a lot of other teams on this schedule that are going to be competitive teams that might be in lower divisions, but they're really good teams in the lower divisions, like a Copiah, like a Parkland, like a Tri-County, Lamar. Talk about this schedule and how ready you guys are going to be to go and hit this schedule.
I mean, I would say it's a decently challenging schedule, but I would also say that we're very prepared for every team on this list, and I'm very confident in our team's abilities. But I mean, I think we can do it. I mean, it's a harder schedule than last year, but we're a lot better. So.
Right. So now last year, this is y'all's junior year, as a team, kind of lost a lot of guys from that year before where you guys were like, one of the favorites, if not the favorite to win in 2024. But, you guys go 7-5, finish with a solid record, actually play pretty competitively with a lot of the top teams. Kind of talk about that experience and how you believe that will help you in this season.
We were a pretty young team last year, and so it was new to all of us, really. And it was just hard, and we had to pick it up fast. But I mean, it got better each week. From the first game to the second week, we were already a completely different team. We just had to keep improving. So, but being a young team last year, we returned a lot of starters. So, especially on the defense, we're all back and we're all used to it now. We have good chemistry and ready for this year.
Absolutely. And so, listen, we appreciate y'all joining us. Luke as well as Brogan right here.
Yes, sir.
Picked It Clean Capital Region Media Day. And we'll keep it going right here on the TSJW Network.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you.
So I'm here with Coach Alan Washington of the Holmes County Central Jaguars, and we were able to get acquainted earlier and have some conversation. This is going to be your first year head coaching at Holmes County, but you've got deep roots in Holmes County. You're from there.
Yes.
You were telling me you went to Holmes Community College before going and playing at Valley. You also you've been here. You were here before taking over as head coach. So, Coach, talk about how special it is to be the head coach here at Holmes County Central.
I think it's a tremendous blessing. I don't take it for granted. Be honest with you, was never initially was not the idea of just being a head coach, just coming in and just pouring into the young men there. The information that I learned playing college ball, but under Coach Rogers, he saw how hard I worked and what I brought to the table, and he said, "You could do this." So a few years ago, he came to me. He says, "Listen, I'm not going to be in this thing long. I'm getting you ready to take over." So here we are.
And it's a great situation to step in as a head coach because we've talked to a few head coaches here that are in their first year, and a lot of them are taking over 2-8 programs. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so you're taking over a 10-4 program in Holmes County
Yes.
from last year, and a team that made it to North State and gave West Point a good game. Now the thing is, you were helping there. You were in the staff. You're coaching them.
Yes, sir.
So it seems like this should be a smooth transition, right?
Oh yes. Man, I was just sharing with Coach Dickpen, man. I'm tremendously blessed. To come in and have a team that is well established, well respected, and so my responsibility is to come in and keep that thing moving, and not only sustain, but keep building. We want to make sure we take it to the next level. We're not satisfied with just getting to North State. We want to eventually go ahead and let's win North State, and let's get to the state championship, and let's win the state championship.
And we saw this past year. Once you get to the state championship, man, like, who knows what's going to happen?
Correct.
I mean, we saw that in 2A and in 5A.
Yes.
Because West Point seemed like for sure.
Definitely.
Heidelberg seemed like for sure. Both of them ended up losing last year in the championship game. So you never know what happens. And so I know that is a big goal for you guys. So how does that get done? What are some things that you'd want to tighten up from last year in order to get something like that done?
I mean, the guys know what it takes now. This is the first time the program has ever made it that far. And each year with West Point, we're closing that gap, tighter and tighter each year. And so as the guys continue to go, they witness the work that it takes to get the job done. And so if it's, a little bit more discipline in this area versus that area, then that's what we do. But the guys understand that. That's the beautiful thing about it all is that, they see it. They see the benefits of their and the fruit of their labor. So you don't really have to push them and motivate them that much. They just come ready to go.
Right. So now, but also what's so interesting is that you guys made it to the South State Championship, gave West Point a tough game, but I think y'all also almost didn't make the playoffs there.
Yeah, man, it was real tight, man. Man, look, teams like Lanier and Vicksburg, man, Cleveland Central, man, those are tough teams. We go through the gauntlet. But with that, we accept that challenge because that prepares us. Like I said, each year we're getting better and better. And we're really proud of that. Last year, man, offensively was probably our best year, putting up 514 points.
Put up a bunch of points.
Definitely. So, those are things that we pride ourselves on and looking to get better as a team each year to try to, eventually get to that top tier level of play and get to a championship game and go ahead and secure that gold ball, hopefully.
Now, how do you think that because it seemed like that region got y'all really ready for that playoff run?
Yes.
Because just like I'm saying, the region was tough.
Yes.
And I mean, y'all took some losses, but then y'all end up. You finished off. I do believe if my memory served me correctly, I believe y'all beat Florence convincingly.
Yes.
In the last game of the season.
Yes.
And that was like a sign of y'all's ascent.
Yeah.
And y'all went and took that momentum into the playoffs. Am I not mistaken?
I think so too. We had a lot of young guys on the team up front, especially. We had a lot of freshmen and sophomores who were just kind of feeling their way and learning as they go. And as the season went on and they started getting the idea of what their role were for the team, and next thing you know, we had our run. And hate that it ended the way that it ended, but that's the thing that has motivated them over the course of the all season. And they're reminding me every day that, Coach, we don't want that feeling anymore. We want to go ahead and we want to complete the mission. So we're here to get the job done.
Right, absolutely. So now looking at your schedule that you're going to first week, Biloxi at home, 7A school, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
Biloxi's.
actually, we're going to be at Biloxi.
At Biloxi, okay, so I got it wrong.
Right.
Okay, so at Biloxi, okay, now that's different. That's a long way.
But we need that. Like I said, this is an opportunity for us to take our program to another level. We want to be able to go on the road and play in a hostile and great environment, play a great team in their environment. And so to have that type of experience under our belt, that's going to make a huge difference for us in our program, and to continuously to be able to do that and be consistent. I think that's going to get us ready like last year, get us to that point where we get to the end of the season, those runs matter and those wins matter. We stack them up. It's going to only help us.
I know 1 week at a time is probably a big thing that you're going to have to employ with your guys.
Yes.
With how competitive this is. What have you been telling your players going into the season?
Well, it's all about their preparation.
Right.
This is no knock to anybody that we play, man. I have a lot of respect for the teams that we face, the coaches that we face. We have great coaches that we're competing against, and you got some tough guys and tough teams that we got to compete against. But at the end of the day, it's what we do. It's how we prepare ourselves and get us ready week in, week out.
Absolutely. Coach, we really appreciate you joining us.
Man, I thank you all for having us because, we're right there at the edge of the Delta, not quite, a part of the Jackson metro area and not quite in Delta that we get that type of exposure. So to be able to be invited here and to be able to talk about our young men that show up every day and put that work in, man, I'm absolutely honored and proud.
No, it was a pleasure to have you.
Yes.
And so Coach Allen Washington, and a lot of promise coming out of Holmes County this year. We look forward to keeping up with what you guys do.
Yes, sir. Anytime, you're welcome. Anytime. Come down.
Listen, I'm going to need to come out there.
Yes,
I need
sir.
to come out there and see everything.
Yes, sir.
Good to talk to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And so, folks, we will continue on. Picked It Clean, the Capital Region edition, right here on the TSJW Network. Folks, we appreciate you joining us for the Picked It Clean Capital Region Media Day here at the Iron Horse Grill in Jackson. Had some food earlier here. Man, some fajitas. It was good.
Yes, sir.
Iron Horse Grill. So appreciate our sponsors, Austin Graham, Mississippi Farm Bureau, as well as Block Tech Systems. I'm here with Coach Eric Nelson here of the Mount Olive Pirates. Here, let's take just a quick break real quick, and we'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, folks, we are back, and we're here with Coach Eric Nelson of the Mount Olive Pirates. And you see, this is, and so, Coach, you're going into, I do believe that you're going into the third season.
Yes,
here
sir. Yes, sir.
At Mount Olive, and I interviewed you not very long ago about that season. So, the first year, you came into a situation where Mount Olive was in kind of rough way as far as football is concerned. First year, didn't get a win. Last year, you're able to get 2 big wins.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
and so moving in the right direction. What's the team looking like right now in the preseason?
Man, we are looking so much better, man. I'm very excited about the way our team is looking. We got a bunch of young guys that's played a lot of football. So, like I've been telling people, it's kind of scary when you got a young team, that done been in the fire early. So,
right.
Most of my team is sophomores. We got a roster of about 25 guys. Out of those 25, we get about 13 of them are sophomores, and another 6 of them are freshmen. So 19 out of those 25 guys are freshmen and sophomores, and those sophomores played a lot of football last year. So those guys got experience, and man, this year you can just tell everything we do. They just moving at a different speed. Last year, they just weren't moving as fast. They was doing a lot of thinking. Weren't sure if they was doing this right, if they was doing this. But now this year, it's just like it just everything is just almost more fluid and just fast and just it just experience is just it's an amazing thing.
Now, give us your background in coaching, because I know you for my first year covering Terry football. You were offensive coordinator.
Yes, sir.
And so I've known you for years now. But tell the audience your background.
Well, so I'm from Jackson. Proud Merle graduated in 2007. After I left Merle, I went to East Central Community College. Played 2 years there, and I finished at Jackson State in 2013. My coaching started in 2014 at Callaway. I was under Patrick Austin. I was at Callaway from 2014 to 2017. So we had a lot of very good kids there. Malik Keith, Jalen Bracey, Aaron Odom, who played at Mississippi State, James Williams. We had a bunch of talented guys at Callaway. Once I left Callaway, I went to Merle for 1 year, went to my alma mater, got a chance to coach at my alma mater for 1 year under Coach Gary. That's at Hazelhurst. Well, not at Hazelhurst. He's a DC at Oak Grove. And when I left there, I got blessed to go to Hattiesburg. Went to Hattiesburg with Coach Vance for a year. That was during the COVID year. And after the COVID year, I got blessed to come to Terry. And I was the OC at Terry for 2 years. And really enjoyed my time under Coach Chris Theopen and learned a lot from him. And when I left there, I went to be the OC at Scott Central. We went 9-3 that year. We was a game away from making it to South State, and then I got the head coaching job at Mount Olive.
That's awesome, Coach. It's a lot of experience, been all over. I mean, that's a 13-year-long coaching career.
Sir. Yes, sir.
But third here at Mount Olive. I want to talk about your Mount Olive team. So, just looking in this preseason, you like how guys are looking.
Yes, sir.
Specifically, how's your offense looking? What do you think your points production can maybe look like in terms of offense?
I think that's really gonna be the point where we kind of hanging our hat as an offensive. And I know my DC probably gonna see this. He gonna frown up, but I'm just an offensive guy, man. I just love offense. Last year, man, we averaged right at about 24 points a game, which is kind of the middle of the road. But I told guys in high school, you want to be at about 28 to 35 points a game. That's gonna win your high school football games.
Right.
So that's what I want to do coming to this year. Everybody's back on offense. I got 8 guys returning, as well as my quarterback. My quarterback is Skyland Backwell. He just he received 2 offers this year, and matter of fact, he's the preseason 1A All-State quarterback for 1A. That came out last night with Mississippi Gridiron. So we have a very good offense. My running backs here, we are very explosive. I got 4 receivers who can catch the ball in space. Got a really good running back, and our trenches is going to be pretty solid too. So offensively, we plan on playing pretty good. We just want to get the ball to our playmakers. We want to spread it out, and we just want to, I kind of call it basketball on grass. We want to pitch the tempo a little bit. That's kind of unheard of in 1A, but that's what we want to do. So we want to get our athletes in space, and we want to be explosive, have a bunch of explosive football, and we also want to be able to run the football.
Right. So now talk about the defensive side of the ball. What's that looking like here in the preseason?
So defensively, we're looking real good. My defensive coordinator is Coach Joshua Thigpen. He was the D-line coach at Bay Springs before he came to us, and he brings a lot of experience, man. Our defense has been flying around. They improved last year. That first year I was here, man, we went from giving up about. I'm just gonna be honest with you. We wound up giving up about 40 points a game. Kind of cut that in half to about 28. You know what I'm saying? And that's a big improvement. So we got a bunch of guys coming back on that side as well. So we don't have no seniors on our team. So that group has been flying around. We had a real good showing in the spring game. We only gave up one touchdown in the spring game, and those guys been playing fast. And I think we're gonna be pretty good on that side as well.
Okay, so last year you went 2-8, but then the average score is 28-24. Okay,
Yep.
so take us through that. Was it a lot of close games, or was it or were you convincingly winning those two games?
So you just hit the dead on the head. So one thing that if you go look at our scores from last year, every game except one game ain't been counted. I mean, every game that we played in, my guys, we was either in the lead or we was tied at halftime.
Oh, wow.
So that goes to show you from that first year, from pretty much having the running clock at halftime. I'm just being honest with you. I mean, that first year it was running clock at halftime. The next year now we're in every game. Was a big improvement. And last year those guys, like I said, we had a bunch of young guys that were just trying to figure out how to win. And they just didn't know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? But toward the end of the year, we kind of started figuring out when we got to win against Salem and when we got to win against West Lincoln. So those last two games, they kind of start, knowing, okay, this is what we got to do today to close our football game.
So you won the last two games of the season?
Yes, well, against Salem, we lost that game 58-52. In double overtime, but that game was awarded to us because they played ineligible play.
Right.
Yes, sir. So that game was awarded to us with that.
Right. It was 58-52.
It was 58-52 that we lost in double overtime.
Right. Okay. Well, how about that? Yeah. So that is exciting going into the season, because then it's really about winning close games. So what are some things you're doing to prepare to be able to win those close games, other than just, I guess, leaning on experience, right?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, every day, what we do every day, and some of my guys will tell you, like, our workout gear has finish on it. I mean, it has a big hashtag finish on it. Like, everything I tell them we got to finish. Like, I mean, to our sprints, to what we doing in the classroom, everything we do, we got to finish. Because if we finished ball games last year, we easily a 5 to 6 win team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm preaching on the guys, and I'm talking about, I'm harping on that. And so I just believe in, it's 1A ball, so they go both ways. So I really believe in making it really hard on my guys. I give them some type of adversity every day, some kind of mental test that we gonna do every day to kind of test them. So with that, I think they just come used to that now. So I think that's what we gonna do. Is they've heard finish so much. I mean, they just they'll tell you that's all I preach is finish and finish and finish.
Absolutely. Coach, we appreciate you joining us.
Yes, sir.
Capital Region Media Days, Picked It Clean podcast, and we'll talk with some Mount Olive players in just a few moments. Appreciate all of you for joining us. Please be sure to hit the subscribe button to the TSJW Network YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button right now. And we're glad to have all of you with us here for the Picked It Clean Media Day for the Capital Region. And we're going to have a couple of Mount Olive guys come now. If we get two at a time, be good. We're gonna get y'all. We're gonna get y'all next. And so, all right. So to my immediate right, we've got number 3, Edward Baggett, wide receiver, as well as free safety. Yeah, if you can put those on, that'd be good. And then to the far right, we've got De'Aaron Keller, junior wide receiver, also defensive back. Yeah, just stick it on there and put it on. So the Mount Olive Pirates got a couple players right here. I want to start with you, Edward. So going into a season, you guys last year 2-8, but a good big improvement from the year before. But then also you lost some close games. As I was talking to Coach Nelson, what are some things that you're seeing here in the preseason that gives you guys? You think it would give you guys a better opportunity to get some more of those wins?
This year, we're just looking forward to finish off the games. Just finish.
Right, absolutely. De'Aaron, so what would you say about that? What do you think? What do you think is going to help you guys win close games? Some of the games that you guys fell short on last year.
Last year we had a lot of guys that were cramping up last year and stuff. So we've been running a lot this year to keep us in shape. And I think we're gonna get the dub this year. We're gonna finish strong, like he said. We're gonna finish.
Right, and I know that you guys are going both ways as well. How do you get prepared for that? That's a lot. That's a lot in a football game to play both sides of the ball.
Man, it just we running in like 92 degrees heat, gases. We wearing gases before practice, in the middle of the practice, after practice. So
Just
a little more condition.
Yeah, doing a lot of running, get us in shape. Cause we know we not gonna get out the game that much. We go both sides, so we just gonna do a lot. We do a lot of running, get us in shape.
What do you guys think this team can accomplish this year?
I think we can come to a lot of stuff, like being number 1 in district this year.
Yep.
That's one of the goals we got. Hosting home playoff games, also one of the goals we got. Just finish out all the games. Just finish all our games out.
Absolutely. And listen, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys play on the field. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So Picked It Clean Capital Region Media Days continues. We got a couple more Mount Olive players that are going to join us right now. And we appreciate all of you joining us again. Appreciate our sponsors, Austin Graham, as well as Black Tech Systems. And folks, also remember to tune into the Picked It Clean podcast Mondays and Thursday evenings at 6 p.m. We bring you new episodes. All right, so y'all can go and throw those headsets on. To my immediate right is quarterback for Mount Olive, Skyland Blackwell, number 5. And to the far right is Jaden Moody, running back and linebacker for this Mount Olive team. Let me start with you, Skyland. So I know you're a sophomore quarterback.
Sir.
There's a lot of excitement. I know Coach Nelson's excited about you and what you're going to do this upcoming year. I know you got recognized preseason by Mississippi Gridiron as well. How ready are you to hit this field this year?
I'm ready. I didn't know we're gonna win every game. Got a feeling we're gonna win every game.
There you go. Look, the thing is, you guys are going in the right direction because 2 years ago it was 0-10. Last year 2-8, but a lot of close games. A lot of close games that were dropped.
We ain't finished a lot.
Right, and so I know that's been a big thing is finish, and that's what Coach Nelson's been talking about. Jaden, what do you think? What do you think is going to take to put this team at the level that you guys are striving for?
A lot of teamwork, really. As long as we work together, and when I say work together, I mean not bicker about the little stuff and just actually put in the work to do the stuff that we want to do. Like all the S's arguing over stuff. We gotta stop arguing, falling out, and falling apart, and become stronger. You feel me? That's what I'm trying to get us to do.
Question for both of you guys: as far as team chemistry, how has it been gelling here in the preseason?
Well, it's been going pretty good. Our quarterback here, we got a great chemistry with him. He's been our quarterback for the last 2 years. They're gonna be his second year. Wide receivers, we all they family. We all grew up together, so we all got a good chemistry with them. We all been around each other for a little minute, so we all really know what we need to do to pull
Right, like Moody was saying, like we all stay close together. Like we can go to the field anytime. Like we can work together anytime.
Sir.
And that's great. Listen, I appreciate y'all joining us right here. Picked It Clean Media Days, Capital Region. It continues on. That's the Mount Olive Pirates. Interested to see what you guys do this year.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank y'all.
You too.
And we're going to keep it rolling. I think we're going to go to Central Hines now, the Cougars out of Raymond, Mississippi. We're going to bring them over here. All right. Folks, look, we are back. And now we're here with Coach Ben Durham of the Central Hines Academy Cougars out of Raymond, Mississippi. And we've seen them do plenty of good things over the years. And, Coach, you're going into your second season.
Yes, sir.
At the helm at Central Hines. Give us your background on how you became the Central Hines coach, kind of how last year went as well.
Yes, sir. So I started coaching in the MAIS at Marvel Academy. I was there for 9 years. We had a heck of a run there. I don't remember my record, but we won like 4 or 5 district championships and ended up getting a state runner-up. Well, I go to Marshall. I was there for 3 years and took them to a state championship. And then, I think Jackson's the hub of our athletic association. So the opportunity to come down here and coach and play against Tri-County and Leak and those guys was just appealing. So last year was my first year at Central Hines, and definitely, they hadn't been in the weight room. They hadn't done a lot of things right. And that 5-7 record, wasn't what we wanted, but we played 4 teams that played in the state championship. So,
right.
So it was a tough schedule, but, I definitely think our best football is ahead of us.
Right, 100%. So, and I kind of want to ask you about this. So in the preseason, what have you seen? So 5-7 record last year. Obviously, you're looking to improve off of that. What are some things that you've seen in the preseason that makes you excited to see what you're going to see on the field?
Well, so everything really nowadays is about culture and about how hard can you push the kids without them breaking. Right. And our kids have accepted the challenge of the sprints and the heat. They understand that we got to lift 4 days a week, regardless if we're in season or out of season. So these kids have paid the price, and honestly, it's just so exciting to get to August 21st in Centerville because we've done the right things.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of talk about both sides of the offense and defense. Start with the offense. How's your offense looking here in the preseason? What do you expect to see?
Well, we've got about 8 starters back. Jay Schuff, who is with me today, man, he's a really, really good passer. I think he's also a good runner. He's going to really run this offense. I think he's going to really go to a whole nother level. I think he's one of the most underrated players out there. Walt Psalms, who's also with me, is a tight end who got hurt in game 2, and he was out all the way into the playoffs. Junior Murray, number 0. He's not with us today, but he's got like 5 JUCO offers from everywhere, from Holmes to Colin to Hines. And then we got a running back from Clinton, Braylon Brister, who I think is very, very athletic. And then, our offensive line, we haven't had many guys that bench 300 pounds, and we've got a couple of them. So, we're moving in the right direction offensively for sure. Defensively, we've got about 6 back, but Walt Psalms and Junior Murray on the linebacker, they're going to be as of good linebackers as there is in the state. And then, you throw Aiden George in there at D-line, who is a pretty unblockable kid that got hurt towards the end, and then Jay Shupp will get to play some defensive back. So we just think we're way ahead of where we were a year ago at this time.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So you said that some things had to be changed. You had to get these guys in the weight room a little bit more as well. So how did you attack that? How did you attack changing the way some of the things were being done?
Well, that's a great question. So in our level, you really have to have administration support.
Right.
Because what happens is they go to baseball, they go to basketball, and, we play too many games, we can't lift. Well, and you've got to have those guys that, the headmaster and Billy Wayne Hankins, who was a very successful coach at Simpson Academy, he knew we had to lift on those off days and things and get them. And then we just had some kids that really just paid the price and found a way to get in there.
Right, absolutely. So, when we look at this schedule, you say you're ready to take on Centerville. I'm looking down this list. What are some games that you would say you look at it and you're like, man, I think this will tell something about who we are when we play this game?
Absolutely. So I do think Centerville, they've had so much success. They're so physical, but I think they graduated a lot. They won the state championship a year ago, but I do think they've lost a lot. But Columbia is going to be our first test right there on September 4th at home. They have a great team, a great coach. Coach Hawkins has done a great job there, so, he's got a lot coming back. Then the end, Tri-County and Brookhaven back-to-back at the end.
Yeah.
That's almost starting the playoffs 2 weeks early, but, I think we're built for it. We've been in the weight room. We're going to continue in the weight room. Got a lot of seniors. It's time for us to, I guess, restore the roar, so to speak, in the Cougar world.
Absolutely, and I know down there in Raymond, think about Central Hines, and I've been around Central Hines a decent amount, and I know that community cares about the sports there at that school. Talk about the culture of the Central Hines Academy campus.
It's funny you say that. On the other interview I had, they were talking about what sets us apart. Well, it's the community. Last night was our Meet the Cougars, and it was sold out. I mean, there's just people everywhere. They come out and support us. Even in the playoff game that we lost, the fan base was great. The kids weren't strong enough and to compete at that level, but the fans were every bit. And we built a little bit of a home field advantage with the drum line. We got the loudspeakers down there. We got the tents. And I mean, the amount of people that show up is unbelievable. So they deserve this. They deserve this kind of team. And we put a lot of work into it and can't wait to get it started.
Absolutely. Coach Durham, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. The Picked It Clean Capital Region Media Day continues. We got a couple of your players that are going to join with us as well, and we'll keep it going. going on? Let me meet you guys. Got a couple of Central Hines players. Got Walton Soms, and we've got Jay Shuff. Jay Shuff to my immediate right, Walton Soms out on the far right side. And you can scoot in a little bit more this way. So look, we just talked with you guys as Coach Ben Durham. Last year, you guys were 5-7, but based on how he's talking, it sounds like you guys are showing a lot of strides over the course of the offseason and in the preseason. Let me ask you, Jay, first. You're quarterback of this team. What have you seen from this offense that makes you excited?
We just got a lot of really good playmakers. We got a lot of really good playmakers this year, and our offense has improved a lot. Coach Durham got in kind of late last year. We didn't really get ahead on our offense because we're kind of limited. Had a lot of injuries last year. This year we got tons of playmakers, and we're doing a whole lot on offense that we weren't doing last year. I think we'll just be a whole lot better there.
Absolutely. So, Walton, I want to ask you, play tight end as well as linebacker. It's just a lot of work, a lot of physical work as well. Sure. How ready do you think you guys are as a team physically to take on the schedule?
I was talking over there. I think physicality is one of our biggest traits. I think we're a very physical team up front, and we had some injury problems last year, but I got in the weight room a lot. I've gotten a lot bigger, a lot stronger, so I don't think that'll be a problem. But I'm just excited to be physical this year. I don't think we'll have a problem with the physicality aspect of it.
Right, both of y'all look like y'all have been in the weight room a good bit. Kind of talk about that too, because Coach Durham alluded to the fact that you guys kind of increased the weight regimen once he came in as coach. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, I used to play basketball and all that, and I didn't play basketball last year to really focus on getting in the weight room, and I think we were kind of behind a little bit when Coach Durham coming in, but he set it straight. He set the standard. Weight room is one of the most important aspects of it, of course. So.
Okay, I remember you from basketball. Yeah, I called a couple of your games. And Jay too. You played basketball too, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I knew I recognized these names, man. So I did the counselors games.
Okay.
Muddy River.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I knew I'd seen you before. Yes. Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. No.
Oh, the lefty was crazy.
Yeah. Right. Hey, so it's good to see y'all. But all right. So Jay, ask you this question. So both of y'all play both sides of the ball. How ready, as far as conditioning is concerned, how ready are you guys to take this season?
I think we're ready. We've ran a whole lot, and we really gotten after it. I mean, we're a small school, so we've kind of used to playing both ways, a lot of us. And, throughout JV, we played both ways. But I think we'll be ready. We've ran a lot, and I think we're well conditioned. Yeah.
Right, but that's the thing, though. You're like, man, we're used to it and everything like that, but it's still something that you got to maintain, especially in the off season when you're not playing games. All right, last question for you. What do you guys think? What level do you think that you guys can reach this year?
I think we can contend for a state championship, of course. I think we've got a lot of big games on our schedule. We've got about 3 circled that are real big games for us, and those will make or break our season. And I think we can play with anybody in our division.
Absolutely. What you think?
I really don't think the level of opponent is what's going to make that decision. I think it's how well we play together, because we've got all the athletes we need to make the plays we need up front. We're big enough to do everything we need to do. So it's whether we do it ourselves or we defeat ourselves.
Absolutely. Appreciate y'all joining us.
Yes, sir.
Jay and Walton, Central Hines Academy Cougars. They'll be a team to watch this year.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, folks, here we are. We're with Coach Tommy Kelly of the Lanier Bulldogs. And, Coach, we appreciate you joining us.
Nice to have you.
And this, I think this is my third or fourth time interviewing you, Coach. And, man, you've had a lot of success, you know, taking over a Lanier team that had struggles in the years prior. And since you've taken over, it's been something else. I mean, you know, last year you guys finished 10-2. But really, you didn't really cop any losses until you had some of the injury issues you guys had at the end of the season. Kind of talk about last year and kind of how you felt last year win and how that sparked something for this upcoming year.
I mean, it was a great year. I mean, had a long winning streak, most wins in school history in a single season. Yeah, we really hit with the injury bug at the end of the year, lost Nolan with a broken collarbone. Jameson, my son, had a high ankle sprain. Darryl Roberts, my quarterback, he hurt his Achilles. It was just, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
It was just, but it comes with football, and it happens. But it was a great thing for the program because the kids saw the result of all the hard work we put in, and they know they trust the process a little more now.
Yeah.
We been having real good attendance for the whole summer.
Yeah.
For the whole summer, which was very encouraging. Them getting up and because we practiced like from 10 to 1, Monday through Thursday in the summertime, right there in that heat. So that kind of made me feel good that they were showing up every day, you know, for the work. So.
Yeah, so Coach, I think that you have successfully pulled off a culture change there.
Yeah.
And it's what it sounds like based on what you're talking about this summer with attendance being high when school's not even in. That's a big deal. And now the expectation and the standard is winning now.
Yeah.
They're at Lanier, so guys come to play. Talk about that a little bit and kind of what that increased expectation has gone along.
Well, that's something I've been harping on pretty much in the summertime and even the first 2 weeks of fall camp was just that we ain't gonna sneak up on nobody. Like everybody trying to knock us out, especially in the city and JPS and pretty much in our district. You know, we got a real hard district with Home County, Cleveland Central, Vicksburg, Florence, Provine, and now Leak Central.
Right.
So we got a real loaded conference, so we can't. I tell the kids all the time, we not good enough just to roll our helmet out there and beat nobody. We got to play hard 4 quarters. So that's
right. So
that's what we try to push them every day in practice and try to make sure they're in great shape.
Yeah, no, you're right about it. Everybody I talk to that's in 5A or really in any classification, whenever I mention Lanier, they're like, "Oh yeah, well they're the real deal." So like you're no longer flying under any radar. But here's the thing: you go into another season, and again, just like you said, tough region. And to the point, you guys were undefeated for a while, so you guys weren't never on the outside looking in as far as the playoffs were concerned. But the team that made it to the South State, which is in y'all's region, Holmes County, they were borderline almost not making the playoffs. So but then they competed well with West Point.
Yeah.
So kind of talk about that a little bit. How much focus is going to be needed to go through that region?
Oh, it's a lot of focus. Holmes County. Year in, year out, they're going to have athletes. They've been loaded. The program that Coach Rogers established, now Coach Washington taking over, they always been loaded with athletes. So anytime you got to play Home County, you got to come to play. Cleveland Central, very physical team. Coach Woolard, I said that name right. I don't want to miss his name.
I think so.
Coach Woolard, he do a good job with the program. They won probably 10 games, 2 of the last 3 years. Had deep runs in the playoffs. So even Leak Central, they consolidated, but they had a good team in 4A. So they got good athletes combining with the 1A school. Vicksburg always a physical team. Coach Lacey do a great job. So, and Coach David in Florence, and even Coach Williams, new coach at Provine. I know he's gonna have the boys ready to play.
Yeah, no, we talked to Coach Williams earlier, and I can tell with the players there's a little bit more belief there in their ability to do some good things. So, all right, so obviously last year was a wild success based on the previous years. A wild success last year. Obviously didn't end the way you wanted to, but a lot of it had to do with injuries. What are some things that you're focused on to do your best to not let that happen again? But again, some things are out of your control.
Yeah, I mean, all thing we can do is just try to keep them off the ground as much as possible. We probably have one day a week where we actually tackle or thud, and the rest of it just staying up, making sure the kids understand the game plan and able to execute the game plan at a high level. So we trying to try to drill that in their head.
Right. Okay. So last question for you. I want you to tell us how you pulled off the turning around Lanier, because I was looking at some of the records from the previous years. It was pretty rough, you know what I mean? And then now it's like 10-2. And then another thing too is that last year you guys picked up momentum early. You won every game, but a lot of people were like, okay, their competition's about to step up. We'll see if. But then you guys just were winning all those games too for a while there, and it was like, okay,
It might be all right.
Right. So how did when you came in? How did you take to it?
Well, I'm gonna say it like this: my experience being defensive coordinator for 7 years at program, we was already in this region. So I already knew about home county, I already knew about Cleveland Central. We didn't played these teams before. So I already had an idea how we can approach playing them. What helped me my first year, Lanier had a little more than people thought.
Yeah.
But like I have a certain plan on how I like to go about process. And me personally, like when I got there, we had a 15-yard running back with Jeremiah Wilson.
Yeah.
Like, why we throwing the ball? He the best player on the team. Give him the ball.
Yeah.
So, it started from there. Then I was able to, Nola Bailey came in. He fell in our lap with his mama working at the school. That helped out. That's how we got him. So we had a two-headed monster there. My son came into the situation. I could just give him the ball anytime I needed a big play. So I already knew I was willing to lose the way I wanted to lose. Like, I wasn't finna go out there and throw the ball 20 times a game. We don't got no good throwing quarterback. We spitting in the wind right there. So we had good offensive linemen. We had good defensive linemen. So let's do this right here. And the kids bought into it, and we started winning. It started rolling.
Absolutely. Listen, Coach, we're looking forward to seeing what you guys do this year, and especially in this area, in this Jackson area, which a lot of these teams here at the Media Days are from. We're definitely pulling for you guys to continue that success.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely, Coach. And we'll have some of your players join us now. And this, folks, this is Picked It Clean Media Days. Yeah, it's just a little, just loose. All right, folks, we continue on with the Picked It Clean Capital Region Media Days. I'm your host, Trellis Williams, right here with me. To my immediate right is Geraci Carson, lineman for Lanier, and then we got Nolan Bailey down there, running back. Listen, you guys had a great season last year, and it was really a wild success. Had some injuries later on, kind of derailed a possible playoff run y'all could have made. But you guys really kind of was able to show everybody that man Lanier's here for real situation here. And so you guys 10-2, great season. What is the preseason looking like going into next year, and how did last year set you guys up for this year?
I feel like last year playoff loss made us very hungry. Losing in the first round is never a good feeling, especially when you know you have more potential than the team you lost to. Like, not saying Pontotoc is bad, but we were the better team. But, like you said, injury plagued us. And so this season we're just ready to get after it all. Trying to stay fresh, trying to stay healthy, and trying to stay in shape is like the best way to have a deep season playoff run.
Yeah, kind of like what he said. I just say that making health a priority. As you can see, we had a great start off into the season. I just want to be able to maintain that this season, maintain our health so we can make a long run. Because when you have a strong start like that, you always want to finish because you never know when you're going to get that opportunity again. So.
Right now, I was talking to Coach Kelly, and he loves the running game, and you're running back, man. So talk about that a little bit and what kind of the offensive focus has been here in the preseason.
Run the ball, right? That's kind of our focus. We got good linemen, good running backs that we can change out whenever we need a break. So, I feel like that combo with us putting the ball in the air a little bit to catch them off guard. But our main focus is just run the ball down their throat, make them stop it, make them stop the run. And we have a strong defense to anchor us. So.
Right, and and Jersey, I want to ask you this on the line. How are you guys looking? Because I know that was something that you guys had. Because Coach Kelly was saying that when he came into Lanier, there were pieces. They were like the line was good and that kind of thing. Kind of talk about the line right now. What's it looking like?
I'd say we lost the left tackle and the left guard last year, but besides that, we'll be straight. The replacements, they're stepping up. They're stepping into the role really well. So I just feel like the things they're going to do is going to be really big this season. They're going to step in. They're going to be the big guys on the left side. And, the rest of the line is returning. So
that's good.
I feel like O-line protection is good. I feel like no one's going to hurt our running back this year. I feel like we're going to protect, we're going to defend, and we're going to do everything we need to do.
Right, and so last question for y'all going into this season. So you know that last year ended you guys being underrated, okay? or I say maybe underrated. Maybe underrated is not the right term. More like under the radar. Everybody who plays against you guys, nobody's going to overlook you because of what you guys did last year. How are you guys going to deal with that target on your back?
I'd just say being hungry, being humble, things like that. Getting yourself ready for the season, like this Jamboree this week, is going to really showcase what we can do and what we're going to bring this season. But I just say, now that we know the target's on our back, I don't mean get too Hollywood. That just mean keep your head down, keep working, and do the things that it takes to win.
Absolutely, and Nolan, what would you say about that?
I say being a target makes you want to work harder because now there's people out there that are gunning for you. So now you have to work even harder. Last year we worked hard and we got to a great point, but next year it's time to do even better and work even harder so we can end up in a better spot by the end of the season and hopefully gain more respect as the season go on.
Absolutely. Guys, we appreciate y'all joining us.
Yes, sir.
And listen, folks, Lanier 10-2 last year and does not look like they're slowing down. We appreciate having them with us. Look forward to seeing what you guys do on the field.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. And, folks, we'll continue on the Picked It Clean Media Days right here from the Iron Horse Grill. get a final interview in for Lanier, and this is Ashton McKell here. Michael? Okay. Ashton Michael, running back and safety for this team. So you play both sides of the ball, and this team last year was very good. You're playing both sides of the ball. Kind of talk about the work that you guys have been putting in for this season.
The work we've been putting in this season, it's been good. Like, we've been going to practice, hard work, you know. Like, we practice four hours, I say. And we do a good little conditioning. I say the conditioning take us a long way. The conditioning keep us going for like 5 quarters, I say. Yeah.
No, 100%. So going into the season, what would you say the goal is for this team? This team can do about anything that you could probably do in 5A.
The first goal is to go 1-0 every week.
Right.
And the last goal is to go to the playoffs and make it past the second round. That's my goal. That's my personal goal.
Definitely. And say, listen, this region, very competitive region. Talk to a lot of the teams in this region. What kind of focus is it going to take to win week in and week out in a tough region like that?
It's going to take a lot of dedication and hard work, but I feel like if our guys key in and lock into what their stuff is, we'll do great.
Absolutely, Ashton. Appreciate you joining us, man. Good luck this year. The Lanier Bulldogs, 10-2 last year, and they're looking to do even better this upcoming year. All right, folks, here we are with Coach Jonathan Brooks of the Velma Jackson Falcons. And this is a program that has done a lot of winning in the past. Last year kind of had a not as great of a season as they're accustomed to. They're in 2A, 4-6 record last year. Of course, Coach Bernard Ewell, who was their coach for 10 years, now Ridgeland's head coach, and coming in is Coach Jonathan Brooks, who's with us here today. Coach, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate being here.
Absolutely. So, Coach, look, you're taking over as head coach here. Give us your background on how you got into this position.
Well, I did 4 years at Franklin County as an assistant coach, and then I left and went to Madison Central. Did 8 years there as an assistant coach, and went back home to Franklin County to be the head coach for 2 years, and now I'm here at Velma Jackson.
And no, awesome. And so you're here in the Falcons. You know, this is a good program that loves their football. They love to compete at a high level. And so, Coach, taking over this team, what did you see from last year? Because last year was probably one of the worst years because they had been playing well for years.
Right.
What did you see from last year that you're wanting to get them back in the winning ways?
Just, on film, a lot of guys are young, first time playing, and, so with that comes some mistakes and kind of some ups and downs. So we have a lot of those guys back on our team, and so that should bring some experience and some leadership, so we definitely have high expectations for this season.
Right, so going into it in the preseason, what have you seen that you're excited about?
I'm excited about the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. We've really got a solid offensive line and some anchors on the defensive line as well. So I think when up front, when you can go in there and compete at a high level, you give yourself an opportunity to win football games.
Right. Okay. So the line looking good. Now, what is something that you're preaching to your team as far as like goals, setting goals for your team? What are you telling them right now?
Right now, we got a big one to start the season off in camp. And
right.
Just staying focused and take it game by game. I think we have a competitive nature, the tradition, the winning culture, all of those things are there. And so, these guys expect to win, and we show up and really focus on the process of getting to Friday night, and before you kind of, you don't want to get to Friday night before you get there as far as preparation. So definitely preaching just preparation. Make sure we take it one game at a time, stay focused, and put all we can into that process.
Right, and so you're taking on Canton first game, and that's a rivalry game, and it's a pretty good game usually. And also, what's so interesting about it is that Canton's 6A, and you guys are 2A, but yet this is always a very competitive game.
Right.
Kind of preview that game for us a little bit.
Well, it's, like I said, you can 6A and 2A, that won't matter.
Right.
Our kids are going to show up and compete. They've done that for the last couple of years for sure. It's going to come down to the little things for us, and just, taking care of the football and not giving up explosive plays. But our guys are really, really looking forward to it, and I'm sure that they're the same. Our community, I can't tell you how many times I've been asked about, Coach, we're going to beat Kent. Coach, we're going to beat Kent. And so that makes it exciting for us, and it gives you a measuring stick. You go in, you play in a 6A program, kind of as a 2A program to see where you are. And obviously we don't have the numbers that they have, but I do think we have, as much talent, I would say. So our guys just going to have to kind of buckle it up and suck it up a little bit as far as playing both ways and multiple positions.
Right.
To give ourselves a chance to win the football game.
Definitely, and I think my last question for you, Coach, is that, so as far as your region, I mean, listen, you're in the region with East Webster, who's the defending state champions. You're also in there with Kemper County, who's also a very good team in that region. Kind of talk about that region and how you guys are going to prepare for that region in non-region play.
It's a tough region. It really is. I think, you got East Webster there sitting there, as state champs, but Kemper County is really, really good. Newport is good. Philadelphia is good. So we definitely want to work on building some depth in the non-region schedule to help us deal with that. I really do think we have some solid players, some solid young guys that just don't have the experience. But playing games like Canton and Raymond and some of those teams where they're rivalry-type games is going to give them the experience they need to help us in district play comes.
Absolutely. Coach, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
And Picked It Clean Capital Region Media Days continue. We're going to get a few Velma Jackson players to join us right here, from Iron Horse Grill. Hey, just scoot this way a little bit. Yep, yeah, go ahead and put them on. So we're here with a couple of Velma Jackson players. To my immediate right, that is number 0, Trayvon Willis, and then on the far right side is DeMontre Strange, who's with us as well. And so, what positions do you guys play?
My position at Velma Jackson, I am an athlete.
Same. All right, so you guys just y'all play football.
Yes, sir.
So talk about this. So what year are you guys?
27.
All right, so you guys are seniors, and so you guys played under Coach Ewell, who's now at Ridgeland now, and now you're about to be playing for Coach Brooks. Kind of talk about Coach Brooks so far and what his leadership style has been like.
The leadership style has been like with him is just work. We're going to have a time and place to play and everything else, but on the field when it's time to work, we work.
What would you say?
Same thing. He said he's all about work. When it's down to it, you gotta be able to work. Not in a classroom, on the field, in the weight room, everywhere. You gotta be ready.
Yeah, so listen, were you guys on the? So you guys were on the 2024 team, right?
Yes,
the team
sir.
that played in the state championship game. So talk about that, because now you guys are 2A. How did that experience help you guys moving forward, do you think?
That experience, that just set the bar high for us.
Right.
Man, when we come back and they dropped us our classification and we moved back up to 2A. Going into 2A, we had to have our head on straight. That's the place we trying to get back to. We got to have that mentality and stuck in our head that we going to get back there.
Yeah. Even though we got the same talent as we had in 2024, I still believe that we could make it back to that state championship play.
Absolutely. So what was it that happened last year? What were your guys' takeaway from last year on what made y'all 4-6?
Our takeaway from last year was key details. We didn't have as many leaders as we should to have on that team to encourage the younger players to go out there and do their part. We didn't have that all the time. We had our young team. We had a young team, so we had other young people telling other young people what to do, not knowing if it's wrong or not. So that's what I think that made our record look the way it looked.
Yeah, we had a very young team. We had freshmen playing, sophomores playing.
Right.
But now they are very experienced, so should be a better season, and we're going to have a better record this year.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys joining us.
Yes, sir.
Get a couple more of your teammates over here. Picked It Clean podcast. Media days for the Capital Region right here at Iron Horse Grill. Again, appreciate our sponsors, Austin Graham with Mississippi Farm Bureau, as well as Block Tech Systems. Folks, please be sure to hit the subscribe button to the TSJW Network YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button right now. Also, like and share with anyone else who'd be interested. Like and share with anyone else who is affiliated with any of these schools that we are covering here today with the media days. We have more interviews coming later in the week. And also, check out the Picked It Clean podcast Mondays and Thursdays at 6 p.m. So, right here to my immediate right is Esmond Griffin, as well as number 57, Cameron Nettles, to the far right side. Is it Esmond or Esmond?
Esmond.
Esmond. So, Esmond, what position do you play?
I play linebacker, H-back, and long snapper.
I mean, you're playing. You're playing. What year are you?
I'm a senior.
So senior. Are you senior as well?
I'm a junior.
Junior. And what's your position?
I play left guard and DN.
All right, so you play the line. All right. So awesome. So so both of you guys were on the team last year. That ended up going 4-6. First year back in 2A. And I guess you were on the 2024 team that made it to the state championship game. Were you on that team as well?
No, I just transferred to my 10th grade year because I was at Kansas.
You were oh wow, you transferred alongside the rivalry.
Yeah, I had to switch sides.
Yeah, what was that like, man?
I mean, it really didn't make a difference because I didn't play football at Kansas.
Oh, okay.
My 9th grade year.
Okay, I understand that. Well, so what are some things that you're seeing in the preseason that you guys are excited about?
Well, really, it's just like the team, it feels more together this year than it did last year.
Yeah.
The practices are smoother than they were last year.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, everybody that came together. We, as a team, we like a real team now. So, like, last year we wasn't like a team that was all together. We just was out there just doing stuff. But this year we really came together. Everybody matured to the point they really taking football serious now. So that the maturity made a big part of that.
Right, and so talk about Coach Brooks and how he's been. This is his first year as head coach here at Velma Jackson. What's he been like?
I feel like Coach Brooks, he most definitely made a big impact when he first got here. Coach Ewell, he set a good base for Coach Brooks, and I feel like Coach Brooks capitalized on that.
And I agree on that too. But Coach Brooks is a very great coach. Like he came in. He got to know everybody, and now that he know everybody, he's bonding with us more and more every day. like this the first year I ever practiced in a at practice. Like we listen to music. The practices are live and all that now. But like last year, coach. But don't get me wrong, coach. Yours did set a good foundation for Brooks.
Right, absolutely, and Vilma Jackson has a winning tradition as well, and that's why last year was a little bit more of an outlier. But so take us through last year. Was last year? How did the games pan out?
I feel like we had the talent. It's just we weren't connected for real. It was just the connection that really led to the amount of losses we had. But talent wise, it's there.
And then you are able to bring a few guys back, huh?
Yeah, we got a good amount of guys back. Our key guys on the line for sure coming back. The big help.
And you guys take on Canton first. It's a big rivalry game. You came from Canton. I know you didn't play football there, but you came from Canton. How ready are you guys to take that game?
Oh, we ready.
That's a good way to start the season, though. Get a W on the board.
Absolutely. Look, we appreciate y'all joining us. Esmond as well. It's Cameron. And that's Vilma Jackson, folks. 4-6 last year, but they're looking to improve this upcoming year with the new head coach, Jonathan Brooks. Thank y'all for joining us.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So, folks, we are supposed to have Jim Hill as well, and that's the final team on our list. We've talked with everybody else. We talked with Vicksburg, Florence, Hazelhurst, Raymond, Wesson, Morton, Mendenhall, Provine, Lanier, Velma, Jackson, Central Hines, Holmes County Central, Terry, Jackson Prep, and Mount Olive. Hey, Coach, appreciate you. Yep. So we've talked with all of them. So we'll take a break and see if we can get Jim Hill in here. They do not seem to be here at the moment. All right, folks, and welcome back to the Picked It Clean Capital Region Media Days. Final interviews with the Jim Hill Tigers right here with Coach Chaz Kennedy, first-year coach at Jim Hill. And so, Coach, look, Jim Hill's in a position where it's time for a culture change, really. I mean, it's just kind of, 2-9 last year, but matter of fact, they got a win over Forest Hill that was pretty good. But definitely a lot of change that wants to be done there. Give us your background and how you got into this position.
So, I was the defensive coordinator last year at Jim Hill. And we had a great defense. We had 59 turnovers on defense.
Yeah, which is good.
Absolutely. And everything. I started out at Mize. That's where I'm from.
Okay.
Under Coach Steve Bynum, who took over the program prior to passing away from COVID. Left there and went to Heidelberg. Then ended up head coach at New Hebron, Lawrence County. And ended up here with Coach Grady last year and everything. So.
Absolutely. So, all right, so being here at Jim Hill and you've taken over and you had some preseason time with the guys, what's something that you've been the most excited about so far?
So when I took over in January, I come in and pretty much told them everything's mandatory. There are no missing practices. There are no missing school. Workouts are mandatory. I made them sign player contracts because we're not preparing them just for football. We're preparing them to be young men, adults, fathers, husbands. So a little nervous as to whether or not they'd go along with me and buy in, but they bought in immediately. I mean, they'd drive me nuts to come to workouts and, everything. So they was on board 100%. And, my message to them was, guys, Indiana was the worst team in college football history, and look at where they are now. Why can't we do the same thing? So we're what me and the new coaching staff, I'm trying to flip the program now, not 2 years.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yep. So as far as your offense is concerned, how's that looking to you, and what are you thinking?
So I bought in an entire. So we have a full staff now. We have 8 coaches on staff now.
That's good.
So we have an entire offensive coaching staff. Coach Paul Burnett, he's my offensive coordinator and assistant head coach. He's got a couple state championships as a coach. He played at Delta State as quarterback and everything. I got Coach Wingate. He played at Delta State, wide receiver. He coaches our O-line. He was at Starkville under Coach Kroom as strength coach. So I got him on staff. I got DJ Stevens, wide receivers, and everything. So a whole new offensive coaching staff. Aaron Morris does the running backs and everything. So we've changed the offense. A lot of kids that didn't play last year on offense are playing offense this year because they should be. When I sat down and met with them, I was like, okay, this kid, they can't be on the sidelines just waiting on defense. So we condition extreme because we're going to go both ways. So
right, and so making some big changes there. That's good. So defense, you're trying to keep the core generally similar.
Absolutely, aggressive, discipline. Just control the ball, control the line of scrimmage. We've changed a little bit on defense, but we got some big guys that come to me and was like, "Hey, I want to play for you." And they've impressed me. So I'm really excited about those guys that have got in the rotation now on the defensive line especially. I've got a veteran linebacker coming back. He was first-team all-district linebacker last year, so I know what I'm going to get from him. My other linebacker is an incoming 9th grader who I think he's going to shock a lot of people. So we're going to have a solid secondary. Everybody's returning from last year with the addition of a couple guys that's going to be veterans as well.
Well, and that's real good, and you want things, you want a lot of change too, because with Jim Hill, I mean, I think over the last since 2012, 12 and 129, like you want to, you want to turn that around, and it takes players buying in, and it starts with what you're talking about doing this summer.
Yep.
And so kind of talk about that a little bit.
So, when we started the summer, I pretty much told them day one, it's the summer of hell. And that means hard work, effort, leave no doubt, and lead by example. So that's what those acronyms stood for. So they were mandatory, and we had a 98% attendance.
That's good.
We've maintained about 60 to 62 players. Nobody quit during the summer. Everybody kept coming back. We've gained some more players. That's incoming ninth graders that didn't know what we were doing. Maybe a couple transfers, and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, after the first couple days, I told the coaching staff after we were done, I was like, I'm probably going to lose half the team. And they all showed back up the next day. They've given us 100% and everything. Like I said, I'm big on conditioning. Coach Burnett and Coach Wingate in the weight room and stuff and everything. So our team motto this year was demand success. So I tell them every day prior to practice, I'm not going to take anything less. I'm not going to take anything less than 100%. That's just not how it's going to be at Jim Hill anymore. And I always let them know, hey, the other 11 teams that's on our schedule, it's just Jim Hill they're playing. So I always instill that in their mindset. So, I mean, summer was great. We had some great 7-on-7s and everything, a lot of good 1-on-1s. We went down to Jones, performed well at those, went to Mississippi State, took the team there, and performed down there real well and everything. So we had a great summer. Like I said, everybody was there pretty much.
So name some players that have been showing you a lot.
Well, the seniors have really stepped up.
Yeah.
I will say that. We set that standard, and I think they really, really stepped up. Marlon Williams, he was the quarterback last year, number 5. I'm sure everybody will remember him, but wasn't really a quarterback. He stepped into the role for the team.
Right.
This year he's throwing 55, 65 yard on target.
Oh, wow.
A lot of rollout passes, play action, RPOs and stuff because we've adapted to them.
Yeah.
So he's done a great job. Aaron McMillan, he's going to play running back for us this year. He's the linebacker I was talking about. A couple of the kids that I have with me here today, 10th and 11th graders playing the O-line. We got one 9th grader that's going to play on the offensive line on varsity. He's a go-getter. He's 6 feet tall. Gage is his name, and everything. But I'm going to tell you, Roman Durr, he's an 11th grader. Quarterback, running back, DB, linebacker, punter.
Oh, wow.
Whatever, he's going to be an athlete. But the 9th grade group, those 9th and 10th graders, I told the coaching staff a month ago, I said, we may potentially go all the way with that 9th and 10th grade group. They're a lot of talent. They almost will fight over getting reps. They're knocking each other out of the way to get reps. So, the 9th and 10th grade group, but, Jatalin Kitchens, he's here today. Didn't expect him to have to play the O-line. We went to him, was like, hey, we need you. He's like, whatever I got to do to play for the team. So everybody's mindset has been, what do I need to do for the team? Right. Chad Hayes, he's here today, and I'm going to tell you, he didn't play last year, and, he come out, was like, Coach, I want to play for you, and he's been phenomenal. He's fast, he's quick, he's got good hands. He's aggressive on defense for us, so he's been another one as well. Too many to name, to be honest with you. They've all bought in, and like I said, they're knocking each other out of the way to get reps. So that's kind of how it's been.
Absolutely. Good to hear, Coach, and it's good to have you.
Absolutely. Appreciate you very much.
Yeah, we're going to have some of your players right here on the Picked It Clean Capital Region Media Days.
Absolutely.
So we got Chad Hayes and D. Stroughter.
Yes, sir. How you doing? How you doing?
All right, man. Good to meet you guys. You guys heading into this 2026 season, and both of you guys, well, you're a senior, you're a junior.
Yes, sir.
Kind of talk about Coach Kennedy coming in. I know he's defensive coordinator last year, but he's coming in trying to change the culture of this team and look to do some winning here. Kind of talk about this preseason and how it's been for you guys.
Not gonna lie, preseason's been good. Been working every day. First of all, he's a great guy.
He's a great guy, great coach.
Great guy. He pushes us in and day out. Like we just work all the time. So I just feel like that's a good thing. Everything really just comes for work. I just feel like he's a good coach at developing. He know how to develop skills into the players. So I just feel like that's a good thing. And
Pushes us to our limits.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like there's been a lot of it sounds like there's a little bit more buy-in from you guys as well this past summer. Oh yeah, y'all need to wear these. I was wondering why I can't hear y'all at all.
I can't hear nothing.
All right. And so what you're talking about with Coach, you're talking about how he's been good this summer. You guys have been working. Kind of talk about the buy-in. He was talking about how like you guys have been showing up consistently. Kind of talk about that a little bit.
It's really just loving the game. We just come in. We just want to work all the time. Most importantly, he makes us feel at home, and I just feel like that's a good thing as a coach, as developing players as well. Yeah.
Some of us, we really got this drive to push us, even when we don't feel like it and we down mentally, physically, and all the above. We just want the football experience. Football can be like our home. He shows us and he helps us build that even more. So it's like us going out there practicing takes our mind off things, even when we hurt, stuff like that. So it's just like it's amazing.
Right. And what positions do you guys play?
I play wide receiver.
I play. It's a few positions I play.
Yeah.
Also DB.
Well, see, that's what Coach was saying as well. Going to get guys to play both sides of the ball more, and kind of how was the response to that?
It's really you willing to want to play more positions, because if you don't want to play more positions, it's just like you're not gonna be the best at that position he put you at. So mainly just wanting it more.
It's to me it's draining a lot, but that want to keep going, I feel like they're pushing me and the team more to do what he asked us to do.
Absolutely, guys. I appreciate you guys.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you too.
Yes, sir.
100%. We got a couple more Gym Hill players joining us now. We'll get a couple more. So we're going to have JT Kitchens joining us. What's your name, man? Larry what? Last name? You'll be next. So we got Larry Lewis to my immediate right, and then JT Kitchens on the far right. I was just asking them about it. So Coach Kennedy, first year's head coach. He was defensive coordinator last year, so you guys were familiar with him. Talk about some of the changes that he's made. He was talking about getting buy-in from you guys this summer and getting to work. Kind of talk about that a little bit.
Starting off during this.
Yeah, I'll throw this on.
Starting off during the summer, it was like, I don't know, we did know him last year during the season, everything, when Coach Grady was a head coach, and we knew him pretty well. We got real close with him over last season, and so starting this season during the summer, we put in work. We was out there every day. We was out there every day, Monday through Friday, just working. And this year, it's like everything's better. So we got real close with him, and we put in a lot of work over the summer, ready to show it this year.
Yeah, we was in the weight room, outside doing drills, getting conditioning like that. And as far as I know, he's a really good coach, He shows everybody respect. You know, we love him like our own. You know, and he just been on point with us. You know, and like as he was saying, you know, we really didn't know him last year, but as we got, you know, with a bond with him, he been on point with us.
Absolutely. So going into this year, what are some goals that you guys have for this upcoming season?
One goal I have for this season, well, for the team, the one goal I have, I want to contend in the playoffs and make it to the championship. And another goal I also have is to be like what's the name of it? A district champion.
Yeah.
I want to, and my main goal is Forest Hill. Forest Hill is my main goal. I have no problem with the guys, but it's just a rivalry, and that's my main goal. Self goals I have is on the field. I want to put as much effort as I can into it, and hopefully come out with either an offer or just get stronger and get better over the year. Live, learn, and laugh.
Right.
My goal is to be a better team than what we was last year. And far as I know, put in a lot of effort and mostly just stick to the game, no mess ups, and hopefully we'll have a winning season this year.
Absolutely. Guys, I appreciate you guys joining us.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Big Dick Clean Capital Region Media Day continues. And we got one more joining us, Jordan Kinsey. Hey, you get the one-on-one interview, man. Get the one-on-one.
One-on-one.
Jordan Kinsey?
Yep. Yeah, how you doing? How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. What's your class? What year are you?
2027.
All right, so you're a senior in what position?
Wide receiver, DB.
Yeah, so going both ways. Coach Kennedy was talking about that a little bit, how he's going to get you guys to go both ways a little bit more. How's that been here in preseason practices?
Preseason practices, some I say the work ethic, like I say over last year, like you can really tell like the difference, like how much work we putting in from last year, like you can really tell the progress we putting in, and I can't wait for the season to show everybody what we've been doing and stuff like so.
Yeah, for sure, and it sounds like there should be a good amount of improvement from last year with the work that you guys have put in. What do you expect to see?
I expect to see more scoring, more aggressive on defense. Really just a better Jim Hill than last year, way better.
Yeah, and so kind of talk about the buy-in. It seems like there's a lot of buy-in under the coach right now with him stepping in as head coach.
Yes, sir.
So what would you say about that? Would you say that you feel like there's been a lot of buy-in?
Yep, a lot of buying. He had to buy a lot of cleats, a lot of he had to buy designs for our helmets. He had to buy a lot of stuff. I can't. Coach had done a lot of stuff. I just can't explain it right now.
Yeah, no, exactly, man. Hey, look, Jordan, I appreciate you joining us.
You too.
And folks, that'll wrap up our Capital Region Media Day in conjunction with the Big Dick Clean podcast. We appreciate you joining us right here at the Iron Horse Grill. We appreciate them hosting us, as well as our sponsors, Austin Graham, as well as Block Tech Systems. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Trellis Williams. We out.